All right, sorry about that. Slight delay. VBurger and VTube Studio did not want to work. Or at least they were faking not wanting to work because they decided to not pick up any of my tracking for a little bit there and then suddenly started to work even though I hadn't adjusted anything. But good morning and welcome. Hope you all are ready for another session of Wrath of the Righteous. So I have figured out, sounds unfortunate, there is always scuff. There is always scuff. There will always be scuff. Scuff is eternal. The only thing I can do is mitigate it and pray that things just don't change when they want to. Looking at you, OBS. Every single time I boot you up, there's like a 1 in 10 chance that you just forget what my audio settings are. I have to reset them. Okay, so first of all, gonna make a slight announcement. We're going to play... So I made a decision regarding the Through the Ashes DLC. I will do it off stream. That said, I do know that it needs to be done before the battle for the Defender's Heart. So if we get to the battle today, which we might be doing, depending on how far we get once we start up, I will stop there. I will start Through the Ashes on stream, but I will finish it tomorrow off stream after I get done with Thanksgiving, because I am going to be spending a good chunk of the day helping out with that. It's also why I had to wake up early. I have a bread dough that is currently rising that I'm going to be having tomorrow. The frustration of wanting to talk about something, but you can't because NDA is a pain. Well, I think I know what game it's about then, because I only know one game that you signed an NDA for, Tenwin. Can't wait to see what they come up with. I received canned gamer subs again. I will be drinking that today. All right, let's go ahead and get back into the Defender's Heart, because we were in a bit of a rush. A bit of a rush last time. Be funny if the moment you go to the world map, you get called to defend the tavern. That would suck, because that means we would have to spend the entirety of the... Nenio, the fuck was that? I don't think we have... Yeah, no, none of these people have any more discussion with them. Everybody is pretty much healed for the most part. The storyteller should be somewhere. Where is he? Oh, right, he hangs out with Darren over here. Should I talk to more people while we're here? Maybe just sort memory a little. What is the plan for Friday? No stream or stream? And in that case, will we start Variety or no? We're still pretty early. As I said, Tenwin, I'm trying to do as much of Pathfinder to get started as possible because I'm going to be gone for almost 2 weeks in December. Friday's definitely going to have a stream. I don't have anything planned on Friday. Like, you know, Thanksgiving's on a Thursday, so I don't have to worry about any of that. Also, are you crazy? You think I want to go shopping or anything on a Black Friday? No, no, thank you. No. I don't keep track of holidays in America. Fair enough. Regardless. No, the plan is just still to do a regular stream on Friday. Maybe go a little bit longer. I'm not sure because I don't have any orders or anything I need to work on Friday, so should be a little bit more free in the schedule. So might do a 5-hour stream. Probably not a 6-hour stream. That would be a bit long to do that twice in a week. But maybe an extra hour, maybe a little bit of extra time. Not going to be as worried about having to finish on time. But we'll see. We'll see. Don't worry, Tenwin. I know. See, here's the problem, Tenwin, is every time I try to reintroduce the Variety Day, we get really into a game and I'm just like, I just want to keep going. I just want to keep going. I just want to keep going. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. Now, if I recall, where are you? There you are, in Dara. You're one of the people I can talk to in here who has a little side thing. The imposing young Oread is surrounded by a crowd of Crusaders who are hanging on her every word. I hope this example clearly illustrates the difference between Jiska legionaries of the last war and the Crusaders. The perfection of form and spirit they were imbued with during creation turned them into parts of a well-balanced war machine. Not a ragtag bunch of individuals, but a united whole. Now go and tell me again why I'm supposed to be impressed by your reckless assaults where everyone is fighting for their ego and for the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Morning Sub, welcome Kataka. Fair enough, it's your stream schedule. I personally don't have that much hype for Pathfinder, but that's more to me not being a huge Pathfinder fan. Well, then I appreciate the fact that you show up regardless, Tenwin. Thank you. Again, part of it's just, again, it's just we saw this when I first started Pillars of Eternity too, Tenwin, where I was like, oh, don't worry, I'll keep the variety day. And then I got really invested in the story and I didn't want to stop. And then the same thing happened in Pillars of Eternity 2. And then the same thing happened in Baldur's Gate. And the same thing happened in Baldur's Gate 2. And the same thing happened in Baldur's Gate 3. Also, I do like that this, I don't remember everything this character says because I think this is her only scene. Anavowed, yep, Anavowed. Her only scene, but she does make a good point in several of these where it's just like, yeah, the Crusade is kind of fucked because they just keep screwing each other over. Some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily, but it is clear that they're captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggly and disheveled halfling monk, whose puffy black eye gives him away as a brawler and a troublemaker. He enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, but one of his friends swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. Indara is another Outcad original. You can always tell because Outcad is kind of wedging another semi-related part of Galarian lore to Wrath. Oh, that's true. I didn't even read this. Jiska. The Jiska Imperium was the first human kingdom to establish itself in the Inner Sea region after the centuries of darkness and devastation caused by the Earthfall. Its citizens spoke a nearly forgotten language called Jiska, whose alphabet became the basis of the alphabets of the modern language of Skald, Varisian, and Taldane. At its height, it dominated nearly the entirety of northwestern Garund and parts of southwestern Avestan. Raids of desert nomads attacked by powerful outsiders from negative 3300 onward, and the lack of a strong eastern trade route would lead to the slow decline of the Imperium. Osirian, then a burgeoning kingdom under the control of the powerful Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues, would also push westward, overthrowing the weakened Jiska, and the Imperium was plunged into numerous succession wars in negative 2764, from which it would never again be able to recover its former political, military, or economic power. Because of this military and economic defeat, the important cultural, magical, and technological advances of the Jiska Imperium were largely lost and forgotten. Jiska is a blind spot in my lore knowledge. I mean, if I had to take a stab at it, they sound, considering that they were overthrown by an Egyptian power, like Osirian, I think, is supposed to be Galarian's Egypt. It wouldn't surprise me if Jiska is supposed to kind of be a amalgamation of like early Bronze Age civilizations. So think like Proto-Hittite or maybe Proto-Assyrian kind of style. You know, one of those first great empires of the ancient world. It looks like we have ourselves a student of warfare. The woman gives you a suspicious look and raises an eyebrow. Were your words meant to recognize my achievements or to start a fight the way the Mendevian Crusaders usually do? One of the Crusaders angrily curls his fists and retorts with a burst of passion. If those gists of yours or whatever come for us, they'd have guts for garters. You think we never fought a mighty adversary before? The soldier's stern facade cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy this confrontation. The Crusaders around him look upon their exotic opponent with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. I think Jiska is the origin of the automaton subtype of constructs. Constructs formed with a magical core formed from an individual soul, effectively making them one individual. Don't know much more off the top of my head. They speak of the prophet that shall rise and free their enslaved people and lead them across the sea. The woman chuckles before cutting off her interlocutor. I would love to see you storm a 60-foot-tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant that carries siege fortifications on its back. I'll have you know these fortifications were defended by Jiskan priest craftsmen armed with demon-bound war machines. They used the enemies that you cannot defeat as weapons. The woman gives the people around her a triumphant look and adjusts her clothes with pointed nonchalance, her voice taking on a lecturer's tone. You should not argue with someone who happens to be the most authoritative researcher on the history of warfare that is 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. The woman looks at you, meanwhile, and with an amused smile. This lecture is over. Do my esteemed listeners have any questions? Who are you? I am Indara, warrior, magus, and scholar of the classical warfare of Garund. The woman peers at you apprehensively, then sighs. I admit I am mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you, but I am willing to accept that this is due to Avestan's isolation from the sophisticated culture of the world writ large. Okay, so you've come a long way to be here. I would like to think of myself as an inhabitant of Galarian and do not identify narrowly with any country in particular. Then why did you come here? It's canon the Baphomet cultists would infiltrate Crusader camps and occasionally escalate petty conflicts as much as they could. It's safe to say they're not doing that now because they're already on the sacking stage of their plan. Well, yeah. They're on the sacking and murdering stage. Not really much need for infiltration right now. To witness a legendary war, the confrontation between denizens of a plane famous for its love of violence, and crusaders from every continent, united by the supposed common goal of defending their homelands. An epic struggle of colossal proportions that hasn't been particularly epic so far, truth be told. The monk with the black eye grins and mutters under his breath. Maybe she just can't see it from here. The view will get far more epic if she stops hiding amongst us and takes a walk outside. The woman smirks contemptuously and does not deem the monk's words worthy of comment. It seems like you're claiming to know more about warfare than any of us. Oh, am I hearing things, or did someone finally acknowledge my competency in the art of warfare? Perhaps there's a sufficiently open-minded person among the Crusaders after all. I find myself pleasantly surprised. Then why don't you join the Crusaders and show them how this fighting should be done? I am a historian, an analyst, a theorist. Do you know what those three words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who does not participate in the conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I will hardly be able to describe this mess as anything other than a feeble likeness of the last wars of Jiska. The monk with the damaged eye grins slyly. The more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clever and pretty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. Very likely the halfling fellow would be the kind of guy they egg on, though. Yep. Should be noted, comparing Indara's assessment to the tabletop version of Book 1 conflict, she'd be utterly full of shit. Not only Canabras, but several Menda's border settlements were attacked in tandem by mythic demons. Yes, but I think she's more talking about the very recent history, which is the Crusaders sit behind their walls, not much happens, the demons finally launch a major assault, the Crusaders get their shit pushed in and barely manage to recover. Which, if you're used to studying warfare from a 200-meter tall elephant with a castle on its back is firing magical bolts of lightning at an army, while said army scales it to destroy it, yeah, I can see how that might come across as a bit mundane. Where were we? What is this last war that you mentioned? The last war of Jiska, of course. The large-scale conflict that took place nearly 3,000 years ago before the foundation of 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. 'Twas the war between the Osirian pharaoh of the Forgotten Plagues, the war that ended the legendary Jiska Imperium, an epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in all of military history. Alas, all conflicts that followed it were but a pale shadow, including the one I'm witnessing here. And what do you find about that war so inspiring, if I might ask? Imagine legions of golems, imbued with extraplanar spirits, marching into battle. Flying cities that swoop out of the clouds like terrifying monstrous birds of prey to drop entire armies upon enemy citadels. Picture gigantic mechanisms powered by captive and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of a walking citadel, having to cover your ears to block out the sound of cannons loaded with elementals. Imagine the ultimate weapon that defeated Jiska, the Night Plague. An affliction that was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who its master wanted to kill. Imagine all of these terrors and understand that no flight of fancy could even come close to the horror of the nightmares that they made real. And how exactly did you learn so much about this war? I can say without false modesty that there's no more authoritative researcher on Galarian when it comes to the history of warfare that is set 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. You know, you've said that particular line like 6 times now, and it's starting to grate on me. I have dedicated my whole life to this subject, and I've personally visited the old battlefields, studied the most mysterious and forbidden of archives, containing the chronicles of the most ancient of wars, sometimes risking my life in the process. I saw a fallen sky city of the Shorai Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystal of an exterminator-class combat golem that guarded a remnant of a Jiska laboratory with my bare hands. These fingers have held the glass flask that the servants of the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues used to create the first generation of pestilence that would devastate the Imperium. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything that I am telling you about. Then I feel that you are wrong to treat the Crusaders with such disdain. Let us speak. A debate? I will be happy to prove that the current conflict cannot hold a candle to the final war of Jiska. Very well, let us begin. The last war of Jiska was waged using a significantly greater number of troops. Both sides actively relied on reinforcements from the Allied planes, and their strategic planning was perfected through no fewer than 7 rounds of intensive design. None of the above applies to this war of yours. Compared to the Jiska, we are but stone club-wielding kobolds. I would like to conclude my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagoon, advisor to the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of his statement, but here it is nonetheless. A gadfly sees the ox pays no heed to the gadfly, but crimson fever takes them both. The events of the past are shrouded in legend, but the fate of the world is being decided here and now. The principles of war are always the same. Weapons, causes, and resources may change, but found it. I prefer. See, here's the thing. Like, I actually do prefer this one as the answer. Nonetheless, the principles of war remain the same, despite the technological or magical capabilities. Weapons, causes, resources may change, but the foundation remains immutable. Indara's eyes display slight frustration as she hears the audience, clearly impressed by your argument, murmuring approval. There is logic to what you say. I will give you that. The concept of war itself does not change, but the degree of sophistication and the methods that we use to destroy our foes. She stops, realizing her words, no matter how ostentatious she makes them, no longer have the power to captivate the audience. She offers a pretentious dismissal. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there is a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History can be a complex discipline rooted in fact and evidentiary base that grows ever more meager the farther the described period is from the present moment. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith, the way the Crusaders embellished their tales of slaying a single Brimarak by adding a dozen Baelors, for example, well, I could win this debate, but I am above such things, and therefore I am forced to admit that your skepticism is not entirely without merit. Having gone through the adventure, mythic powers are less unique, but a distinct speciality of the demon side. Aurilu is the only proper mythic NPC in the Crusades' history. There have been others in the past, but given the usual methodology of the cults, they were probably killed before they could become a real problem. PCs only survive because of plot armor. Yep. I'm sure you would be able to expound on your arguments in a longer, more academic discussion. Indara nods with obvious relief. I am glad we both understand the limitations. It is always a pleasure to face a worthy opponent, even if the debate takes place merely in a grim tavern. Perhaps especially because of that. Indara unbuckles her sword belt and hands you the weapon. 'Tis a worthy blade. It will be of use not only for the strong, but the wise. And this is where I bid you all farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack tactics to drive their prey like herds of livestock. I think it is about time I return to my research. The hint of a smile graces Indara's lips when she sees disappointment in the eyes of the many Crusaders around her. Stay safe. I have to wonder if Indara was like an early idea for a companion NPC, and they eventually just dropped it. Because it feels like they were going to use her for something else, and ended up not doing it. So what did she give me? Claw of Jitska, flaming +1 short sword. Okay, not bad, not bad. In fact, I would go so far as to say that's +8, 5 to 12, +7, 7 to 17. So slightly less accurate. But for right now, because Radiance is not a magic weapon, this is going to be better for her. Yeah, that'll be fine. Dara's the kind of person you would see next Tuesday. Here's a weapon that does 1d6 fire damage while you fight opponents who have at least resist fire 10. Oh, right. Shit, you're right. Fuck. Alright, never mind. Put Radiance back on. Oh, we need to sell shit. I forgot. I completely forgot. We beelined to get inside here, and then I forgot I need to sell crap.
Here we go.
Let's go sell to Vasile. There we go. Sort by price. Let me see here. Wicked Longbow. Still not a bad backup weapon in case anybody needs a long-range weapon. Claw of Jitska. Oh, wait. Finesse wielding. Wait, finesse wielding. Hold on. Hold on. +7, 6, 9. There we go. You can have that one. There you go, Woljif. You'll have the short sword and the dagger. That'll work. So now he has a magic attack. Good, 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 good. Now he has a magic attack. That will make things much better. Unless that cultist is a tiefling. Yeah, I know. Quarterstaff of Coercion. I'm going to put that on Ember, probably. Actually, no, Nenio. It would make more sense to go on Nenio. Nenio is going to be using illusion spells constantly, so there's no reason not to have that. Because that'll just give her a straight +1 to DC for all will saving throws against spells that they cast. All of her, pretty much every illusion spell in the game targets will saves. All right. We'll keep that. Sell Decimation, sell the Club, sell the Dark Horn, none of which are good. Nobody has the skills needed to make those really work. And then we can sell the rest of this. There we go. We can sell off all the extra armor. Did I? Hold on. No? Okay. Sell off that, sell off that, sell off that, sell off that. padded armor of focus. +2 bonus on concentration checks. The problem is, I don't think anybody can really use that. I mean, I guess I could use that. It's the same armor. It provides higher max dexterity, but if that's the case, it would be better off on somebody else. We'll hold on to it for right now. Same with flow of water. Don't want to sell anything there. Don't want to sell anything there. We can sell off the other special books because we've already read them. Oh, Arendé family ring. A ring engraved with the letters D and A, clearly belonging to Darin, Count Arendé. Scratches and chips can be seen in a few places on the ring's surface. Its owner has evidently not treated this expensive piece of jewelry with any particular care. Thank you for the 1,000 gold. Sell the citrine necklace, the other things. Can we just... There we go. We also don't need any of these books, and we don't need the alcohol. There we go. 8,000 more gold. That replenishes our supplies nicely. I don't think he had anything else that we really wanted. +1 to luck bonus to AC. Oh, luck bonus to AC. That's actually decent. Oh, no, wait. That's the engraved lucky bracers. I was reading the completely wrong thing. These bracers grant their wearer an armor bonus of +2 as though they were wearing armor and a +3 competency bonus to all knowledge arcana checks. They do cost 12,000. Powerful blood magic. We don't have anybody who does blood raging. Daredevil boots. I don't think there's anything really valuable there. Greater extend metamagic rod. Extend spell. That is twice as long. Okay. That might actually be useful because I know we're going to need some control spells soon. I would put it probably on Nenio as well. So I think we can hold off on buying that for right now. We got plenty of that. We got plenty of that. He doesn't have anything else here that I need. Nope. All right, we're good. Did you have anything for me, sir? I don't remember if he does. That's just junk that I've sold him. That's junk that I've sold him. Dark Omen gives the ability to cast Ray of Enfeeblement, Scare, Ray of Exhaustion, Fear, and Waves of Fatigue. To cast the spell, you still need to have a spell slot available for it. That's fine. Whenever the wearer of these spells casts a cantrip or first level spell, that spell deals 1 additional point of damage per dice rolled. That actually could be good. Darin is probably going to be my main spellcaster right now, just for the healing. So not as good, because that's more of a, again, that's more of a Nenio wizard thing. So we can hold off on buying that right now. All right. Let me see here. Let's go talk to Irabeth, since we have not done so yet. I thank you for saving the esteemed citizens of Canabris, even though not all of them deserve to be saved. Iomade, forgive me. Irabeth casts a meaningful look across the room to Count Arendé, sitting at a nearby table. I don't really mean that. I just never fail to be astounded by the way the good people seem to perish, while the not-so-good prove to be incredibly, amazingly enduring. The Count did offer to aid us. We can't be all that bad. Yes, indeed, that's not like him at all. Joining the Crusades is a tradition among the Mendevian nobles, but Daran Arendé has never been too keen on fighting any demons. The Count has a reputation in Mendev. He is not a pleasant individual by any means, but he's not known for any particular villainy either. The Count enjoys a life of leisure, surrounded by a gaggle of sycophants who are always eager to badmouth the Queen at his command. He does like settling scores, though. There was a hero of the First Crusade, a Sir Lant, kind and honest man. After the end of his glorious career as a soldier, he became a mentor to the younger generations. He ran afoul of the Count somehow, most likely by lecturing him about his idle lifestyle or lack of purpose. When Sir Lant died, the Count managed to buy a portion of his estate and ordered the knight's helmet to be reforged into a chamber pot. Of course, he didn't keep his little joke private. The Queen was particularly affronted by it, since Sir Lant used to be one of her most loyal comrade-in-arms. I was there receiving an assignment from Her Majesty and witnessed the exact moment she found out about the helmet's fate. It's a small thing, but I could see the Queen's anguish in the travesty that had been made of her friend's legacy. Darin's backstory is a good example of low-level evil character. Not just low-level, but just evil. It's lowercase evil, not uppercase evil. You know what I mean? It's lowercase e evil, not uppercase e evil. It's just a petty bastard. He's not somebody who's gonna go out of his way to try to take over the country or rule the town he's in. He's just a vindictive, petty bastard. Sometimes evil is incredibly petty. And Darren fits that to a T. That is what the Count is like as a person. And as for his talent for survival, well, do you know the story of Heaven's Edge? He was the only member of his family to escape with his life when the demons unleashed a magical plague on his estate. Good example of an evil party member who believably goes along with you, at least for now. Yes, his entire thing is, the demons have wrecked my party, so I'm going to wreck the demons. And I do know what happens when we get through the first act is he does try to bail. Emphasis on tries. Why don't you tell me more about the events of Heaven's Edge? I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with it. I'm afraid I don't know all the details either. It happened over a decade ago when I was still a mercenary and had nothing to do with Canabras. I only knew that there was a grand feast in honor of Darren's birthday. And all of his relatives were invited along with many other distinguished guests. Everyone died from a mysterious disease someone unleashed on the estate. The servants, the guards, a great number of clerics and paladins who were in attendance. And yet the young count survived, most believe because of his healing ability. I suppose Darren does possess an unusually brilliant talent, even if his applications of that skill leave much to be desired. Irabeth scowls. Why do you think he's trying to provoke the queen? Who knows? As far as I know, it could be a family matter. The Count is Her Majesty's cousin twice removed, or something to that extent. Honestly, I think he simply enjoys infuriating people. Crusaders and Iomede's servants especially. Well, thank you for the insight. I did locate Jana Aldori, as you noticed. And I thank you. It's good to have them all back. We need every fighter we can get. Irabeth frowns. Though I suppose is asking too much to want my fighters to be sober as well. What can you tell me about the Eagle Watch? I'm unfamiliar with your order. It is a small order, created to fight not just the demons, but the enemy within. We help to maintain the purity of the paladin ranks, prevent heresy, identify spies, and it appears that we failed miserably. The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth infiltrated it and formed their nests within its ranks. Pledging their lives to Baphomet, these cultists schemed to subvert the good work of the Crusades. They caused trouble in Crusader camps, instigating fights, egging participants on to greater violence. They spread lies, sowed the seeds of fear with voices sweetened by magic. Some have even assumed the role of holy crusaders and risen in the ranks of the knightly orders, waiting for the moment when their treachery can be used to achieve a most foul end. After the Queen entrusted me with leading the order, Anevi and I built it back up from scratch. We got rid of the deadweight, anyone who wasn't committed. We organized ways to transmit messages and orders safely. We introduced reliable ciphers. We found tacit allies around the city, from both the Crusader orders and the street beggars. It was my own personal crusade to purge the city of the Templars who had infested it, and I thought we were winning. I could feel it. We were close to finally driving the last remnants of the cultists out of Canabras, but... Irabeth frowns. It's hard to admit that those successes didn't count for much once the demons got inside the city. On the contrary, Irabeth, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have this defensive perimeter at the Defender's Heart. The cultists would have served up the whole city on a platter to the demons. I suppose that's true? The lines on Irabeth's forehead soften. It is a good thing we achieved something. Thank you for the kind words. If I might ask a few personal questions, I quite admit I don't actually know much about you. Frowning a little, Irabeth nods. Please, but I warn you, there are some things that I do not have the right to discuss. Where are you from? Well, I was born in Canabras, grew up on a farm just outside the city, but my way back home lay at the end of a very long and winding road. It took me years of travel through foreign lands before I came back to where I've always belonged. And as a paladin? A bitter smile appears on the half-orc's face. I don't much like to remember it, believe it or not. The story of how I became a paladin is the story of how I failed to become a knight. My parents were Crusaders. May their souls stand together in Iomede's celestial army. When I was born, they retired from the war and started preparing me to continue their legacy. But my father was a full-blooded orc. You'd be first to find a calmer, wiser, or more pious servant of the goddess than he, but still, all his life he was dogged by sideways looks and whispers. I don't think the CRPG mentioned she had a stint in the River Kingdoms. Technically, Anevia has mentioned that, because Anevia was captured by Zonkathon cultists in the River Kingdoms, and that's where Irabeth saved her.
When I grew older and it was time for me to serve, I decided that it would be anywhere but Canabras. That was where my father had served loyally, but his only reward had been injustice. Besides, the witch hunters, led by the Honorable Prelate Haroon, stalked the city with a heavy hand. Oh, the witch hunts get their own lore entry. Hold on. During the First Crusade, holy warriors streamed into Mendev, where they encountered Sarkorians practicing unique druidic faiths. The Crusaders mistook many of the wooden idols and rustic rituals for the evidence of demonic influence. Groups of witch hunters emerged from the disorganized chaos of the First Crusade. These witch hunters were often more self-stylized, and their tactics little more than brutal trial and error. The least bit of evidence could mark a target for investigation: a clubbed foot, a thick accent, or even a suspicious absence of abnormalities. The witch hunter group's aligned reputation for being cruel and arbitrary, though these weren't always deserved. Demons ranged freely across the world wound at the time and often spilled into the edges of Mendev. Demonic possession did indeed happen, though not nearly as often as the witch hunters claimed. Genuine witch hunters would use their divination magic and cautious investigation to draw out and destroy the fiends, but they were rare compared to the zealous inquisitors who often burned innocents at the stakes. With the advent of the Fourth Crusade, the authorities took strong measures to end the bloody witch hunts of Mendev. Since then, the frequency of hunts has dropped considerably. In saving Anevia, they do change a detail in that it was a specific Chitin-blooded tiefling who hunted her down specifically for her part in being the daughter of a rebel. He was about to hobble her with a bone saw before Irabeth pulled up. Wow. Sorry, where were we? Who knows what they'd have done to a strange girl with green skin. Instead, I went to... A smirk that looks more like a painful grimace crosses her face. All right, you can laugh if you want, but I was young and foolish. I chose Lastwall. You can imagine how well I was accepted in a country that has been battling the orcs of Belkson since its foundation. Yep, while orcs can be found throughout Galarian, nowhere are they as plentiful or live in as densely populated settlements as the holds of Belkson is an unforgiving wasteland filled with shrub brush, steep mountains, and uneven badlands, where water is scarce and generally limited to the seasonal flood road. There were many like me, and all of us were treated as second-class citizens. To the locals, my green skin was worse than a leper scab. Even my brothers in faith often kept their distance. I took my vows, the goddess granted me the powers of a paladin. But even then, not a single knightly order would accept me into their ranks. I spent 6 months knocking on doors before I realized a simple truth. I serve Iomedae, not these people. I did not have to prostrate myself before them, so I finally left, simply as a paladin, not as a knight. You must stick out like a sore thumb no matter where you go, right? I know many people envy Asimars, but most of the ones I've known found their celestial heritage a burden. I find it hard to imagine that unasked for adoration must be like, but I'm sure it doesn't make life any easier or any more pleasant. I have to wonder what she says here if you're a half-orc. Because they do actually do a good job of including several dialogue options that are based just on your race. Or not dialogue options, but comments from things. Like, I know Woljif has an entire little side conversation, if you are also a tiefling, where he basically admits, like, yeah, I hear the whispers of the abyss all the time. Please, for the love of God, if you have an answer for this, I would love to know it. There's a fun little Hell's Velvet anecdote. In Book 1, we commandeer a tavern that was canonically a hangout for retired Crusaders. My character, being incredibly silent petty, hung the banners of Crusader orders on the walls, orders that had been destroyed from within by the Templars to honor their memory. Ooh, that's a burn. That's little e evil, but it might lead to big E evil if you provoke the wrong people. Okay, so if you didn't join a knightly order in Lastwall, how did you actually end up joining one here? Well, after I left Lastwall, I went traveling. I went by the goddess's guide, and my path led me to where atrocities were happening. I often fought in exchange for gold at the time, but never for unworthy aims. I wandered the river kingdoms for a few years, killing monsters, tracking down criminals. Sometimes I thought I was just wasting time, that my true place was in Canabras, but I pushed those thoughts away. I didn't even want to think about going back yet. In the end, divine providence brought me to my senses. It happened in Timon. I was tracking a bang of Gandits. My brain went too fast. A bang of Gandits. A gang of bandits, which my employer suspected was a cover for Resmir and spies. I managed to find their lair, but inside I found something far more dangerous than spies. An unholy temple to Zon Cathon. When I broke in there, the cultists were already about to sacrifice someone. The person who was destined to become my wife, Anevia. But that is another story. After I cut down the cultists, I examined their papers and could not believe my eyes. This network of evil cults had spread all throughout Everstan, including Mendev. Worse, the documents clearly showed that their allies, the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth, had infested my native Canabras, and were even among the ranks of the Paladins. After that, delaying my homecoming would have been tantamount to desertion. Luckily, I was no longer alone. Anevia was eager to destroy the cultists as I was.
A gangbang of bandits, I guess. This is the same character who casually stuck humanoid gray matter into his mouth. Bro was capital E, just not strong enough yet. Fair, fair. What I meant just the specific action, Lord Brownbear, not the character as a whole. She just name drops Timon, the only lawful neutral river kingdom I can think of. Ah.
Anevia and I hurried to Canabras. We couldn't trust anyone. The papers indicated that the cultists had already infiltrated most of the organizations. Luckily, I had some experience in investigation, and my beloved, the half-orc, smiles warmly. She knew her way around working locks, tailing people, and trading information with the city's bottom feeders. Soon, we had defeated, alas, not the whole Hydra, but many of its heads. Do you know who turned out to be the leader of the cultists? The commander of the Eagle Watch himself. Could you imagine? Prelate Holroon spends his entire time chasing witches through the city. The enemy had infiltrated the very order responsible for internal security. The scandal reached the ears of the Queen. At first, she planned to disband the order in disgrace, but then she offered its command to me, and put its salvation in my hands. Though there was one small catch, I was not a knight, but I was made commander just the same, skipping much of the usual progression through the ranks.
See, this I do think little details like this do help explain why Holroon is so paranoid. Like, if you're dealing with constant internal security matters, and then a total outsider shows up with evidence that, oh yeah, your entire internal security operation is completely compromised. Yeah, I can imagine that Holroon just stopped fucking listening to people at that point, because he's just like, all of my allies are either incompetent or actively working to kill me. Why would I care what they have to say? When I played Wrath, we found evidence that every major Crusader order was infiltrated, including the Witch Hunters. Yep, not surprising. Again, though, like, Holroon is still a dick. He absolutely is. He flies off into lawful stupid. But I can see what set him on that course, at least. When you find out that all of your allies are either totally incompetent, completely useless, or actively trying to sabotage you, it's not really a surprise that when you have legitimate allies who are trying to help you, your first thought isn't, I should listen to them. It's, get the fuck out of my office. And that's him being nice.
I can't imagine the followers of Zon-Cathon in an alliance with demon worshippers. Shouldn't those two hate each other? They should, but Baphomet's minions are masters of deception. They manipulated Zon-Cathon's butchers as eagerly as Iomede's knights. The cultists from that unholy temple did not know the true face of their associates in Canabras. We ourselves learned the truth only much later after getting to the bottom of their nest. And how did the people of Canabras feel about your background? They tolerated it surprisingly well. Honestly, I shouldn't have been so wary. For all their faults, the Crusaders don't tend to be prejudiced as a rule. Okay, sure. After all, heroes from all over the world, even from other continents, come here to fight the demons. Apparently, the people were only suspicious of my father due to him being a full-blooded orc. There were already many like me here, and we don't have any of those problems. The locals do have their superstitions, of course. Mendev is as merciless as Lastwall. They just have a very different set of victims. I kept seeing the same sideways looks and scowls and hearing the familiar whispers, but where once they had used to whisper behind my back and point at me, now they whispered in my ear and pointed at someone else. It is a bit strange to be on the other side of the humiliation, to wipe the spit from your face, and then suddenly be invited to change position and spit at someone else. I'm sure you figured out by now that I'm talking about the tieflings. It's true that there are many of them among the cultists, a few among the Crusaders, and our fighters do all they can to drive those who would be our allies away. People shun them, call them a Relu spawn, or worse, as if they choose to be born like that. I believe it's quite a feat to rise against the call of one's blood and join the forces of good. Still, most only see them as an enemy. I once saw a knight bleeding to death because he would not allow a tiefling priest to touch his wound. Alas, I haven't been able to change much of this at all in my time in Canabras.
Culture, there's a massive difference between half-orcs and full-blooded orcs. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like Irabeth, you're right. You're totally right. At the same time, literally 99.99% of interactions with full-blooded orcs is they're coming to kill us. I must pick up breakfast, but I sent you more art. I'll take a look at it in either at the break if I have some time, or I might need to go use the restroom. I'll check it out before the end stream.
All right, and what about you and Anevia? Well, we met in Timon, as I mentioned, as I was wandering aimlessly from one ordeal to another. We returned to Canabras together to expose the Templars. The day the Queen knighted me was the second happiest day of my life. The first was the day of mine and Anevia's wedding. Anevia is not just my beloved, she is my staunchest ally. We share every victory and defeat. The best of me is alive thanks to her. And I thank you for saving her back then. The day Canabras fell. Before her return, the only thing giving me the strength to protect the Defender's heart was the hope that I would see her again. We are in your debt. And I thank you for your answers. Time to go. May Iomade keep you safe.
Can't make the demons wait.
Okay, I should talk to the storyteller before we leave because I do believe he gives quest info. Yes. The blind elf looks better than he did upon your first encounter. His clothes are clean and his pale face has some color. The elf turns to you and listens closely. Is that you, my savior? I recognized your footsteps. Determined footsteps befitting a determined person. Let me thank you once more for saving me, and please accept this humble gift as a token of my appreciation. The elf hands you a small black ring with 2 scarlet runes upon it. Erebeth has explained why you were looking for me. I tried to warn the authorities of Canabras that the local wardstone had been tampered with and desecrated. They waved... Oh, pardon me. They waved off my warnings and have paid for their inaction. I have examined many of the wardstones, but only in the one guarding Canabras did I sense a flaw, a spot of corruption deep within, a vulnerability the demons will attempt to use. They are able to spread the blight inside the wardstone, corrupt it, make it their weapon. It frightens me to think what it will be capable of. The wardstone must be destroyed. Who are you that they would even let you examine the wardstones? The elf smiles faintly. I am known as the storyteller. Just an old elf and a bit more. I am old even by my kind standards. I have seen many things and been to many places. Not so long ago, I witnessed the makings of a young kingdom in the Stolen Lands, led by a remarkable and promising individual. My advice on the complicated matter of taming those lands proved useful to that leader. This is not uncommon for me. Some seek advice or services, and I will not refuse. This is how I acquired my reputation as an old vagrant who's never hurt anyone, stayed out of squabbles, but I give good advice. I had a few old friends in Narosian who vouched for my integrity, and that is why my humble request to be allowed to see the wardstones was granted. I visited all of them across the world wound, but only found cause for alarm in Canabras. Do you have some kind of special magical power, some instinct? He chuckles. To a certain extent. It is more of a gift. I can see the past in objects, stories that have happened. By touching it, and shreds of its owner's memories are revealed to my mind. Emotions, passions, tragedies. I see visions like I am them, and their stories happen to me. This is my power. I've been roaming around the world gathering such stories for thousands of years. One day, I think I will gather them all. And what blight is concealed in the wardstone? I'm afraid that I don't have the answer to that. To understand the nature of the blight, we must understand how the wardstone was created, and that is hidden from me. I can only guess. Have you heard of the Red Morning Massacre? A dreadful morning remembered with fear even those not yet born at the time. A demoness named Minaga invaded the city with a crowd of her closest followers and started to do what demons do best, kill and desecrate. It is said that they covered the wardstone with chunks of the dead bodies, splashing it with blood from tip to top. Should such an abomination darken the radiance of the gift of Iomade herself, well, the locals seem to think it impossible, but who knows? It was not the last attack as well. Many demon leaders have brought their unholy forces here, even the terrifying Baelor Karamzada. Their attacks were rebuffed, but they still reached their target. I think this is when the seed of corruption was planted. It could not have grown on its own, but Daskari himself has taken advantage of its weakness to open the abscess that has been festering, unnoticed by the people of Canabras. When the demon lord struck that blow, the stone gave in. Now it is in demon hands, and nothing is stopping them from spreading that blight through the entire stone, and if they do, from that to the other stones along the perimeter of the world wound. What brought you to the wardstones to begin with? I tried to see their stories. The visions I had when I touched them, however, were unclear. I saw hundreds, thousands of different stories at the same time. They followed each other like flashes of lightning, impossible to separate. I could not understand where one of them ended and the next began. Well, thank you for your words, storyteller. In that case, you must make every possible effort to destroy the corruption. Unfortunately, I do not know where to get an instrument powerful enough to simply banish it.
As far as I know, there is nothing of that like in Canabras. But the demons might have something. I heard the dying roar of Terendelev, Silver Dragon, protector of the city. At the same time, I felt a wave of unfamiliar power sweep over me from head to toe. I would advise you to go where Terendelev perished. Search there for something. I'm afraid I cannot be more specific. Intuition and a sense of rightness tell me to point you there. I found this in the square where Terendelev perished. What do you make of it? Show the purple stone knife. The storyteller reaches out and speaks softly. Even from here, I can feel the strange energies emanating from this object. If you don't mind, give me a moment to examine it using my methods. I will try to see the past of its owner, their emotions, their shreds of memory. Maybe it will help us better understand what we're dealing with. The storyteller finally touches the knife, his fingers clamping around the hilt with a hungry, masterful grip. His face contorts into a grimace, his voice becoming disgustingly raspy. Hunger. Many legs bring me to the lair, to the mother's feasting hall. Swollen body overfilled with food so huge I have to look at it with all of my eyes at once. On top is her scrawny little head, the long beak yearning for more food. You feel feverish, and your chest, where the mysterious wound is concealed, feels hot. Your mind is flooded with a wave of visions that repeat the word of the old elf. Mother greets me with a placid screech. Stupid, greedy wretch. Only achievement is my birth. A creeping, wingless creature, for it is your fault I have no wings. The symbol of greatness, a birthright I should have received from my mighty father. Mother points me to a crowd of whimpering subjects, suggesting I fortify myself with their pathetic flesh. Not today. I summon my spawn, they fly to me, they envelop me in a teeming cloud. Like dark buzzing wings, they unfold behind my back and lift me up. Mother has always been stronger, but she did not expect this. I dive upon her and rip her limp, bloated body with claw. Ichor splatters, bone spurs on heels sink into flesh. I clench her pitiful tiny head and tear it off, along with the shreds of meat. Victory. I am the strongest. I am the son of my winged father. The elf grimaces with distaste, his voice becoming normal again. Appalling. Stories like that are the most difficult ones to keep. Did this knife belong to a demon? The storyteller opens his mouth to answer, but there is a sudden spasm across his face. A new vision, much stronger, engulfs the old elf. The malevolent undertones vanish from his voice as it grows more determined and tired. Even looking at the wardstone is difficult. Despite the corruption within it, it still has an aura of strength. Your fingers clench the stone hilt so tight it hurts. A spot in the flawless surface of the wardstone draws your attention. It looks like a butterfly, corruption in the guise of something utterly harmless, but it will grow. You swing and stab the butterfly with the knife as hard as you can. Your fingers cramp painfully. A howl invades your ears. Light, white light everywhere. The stone knife falls from the old elf's hands. Out of breath, he drops to his knees. He's trembling, the terror on his face unlike his usual dignified manner. What was that? No, that was not the past. That was something that is yet to happen. Or rather, might happen. One of the roads of the future. In one possible futures, this item will help you cleanse the wardstone or destroy it. You feel a longing to take the stone chisel, to plunge it into your chest, right into the wound that is opened up. It is hard to resist this feeling, but at the last moment, your own self-preservation instinct takes over, and you manage to keep control of your own hands. The storyteller stands up. He looks completely stunned. Never before has anything like that happened to me. But how? I am no oracle, no prophet. Is this another riddle of the past that has caught up with me? I must find out. Seeing stories that have happened is one thing. Seeing stories that are yet to happen. Why is this happening now? No, there is one thing I am sure of. This is no coincidence. This is a sign of coming changes, great changes. I shared your vision. The knife tempted me. You saw what I saw. This too has never happened before. Could it be the magic of the object that you brought me? For I sense dark energies in it that can cloud and charm the mind. You must be cautious with this item. It may have tried to influence you, but it managed to overcome its power and subdue it. Perhaps something else happened to us. Something we don't yet understand. So are you capable of seeing the future? I do not know. Obviously I can, but nothing like this has ever happened to me before. The future has never opened its secrets to me before I met you. Who are you? And why have our paths crossed? This is no coincidence. Something momentous is happening. Destiny is pushing us both towards something. But what? Questions without answers. I swear this morning I would not have imagined what awaited me. Is it the knife that grants the power of divination? No, this knife is a powerful artifact, but its power is of a different nature. No, I felt the same as I do when I tell the past. This is my gift, but manifested in a completely abnormal way. Is what you saw destined to happen? No. The future is not set. It used to be, a long time ago, when the god Aradin guarded Galarian. Not now. Prophecies do not come true, or they do, but never the way they were supposed to. I saw only one vision of the future, one of the past leading to it, but the choice has not yet been made, and our destinies are no longer set in stone. Do you know who you were in your vision? I don't. Someone strong and desperate to resort to such extreme measures, and felt that I was doing what had to be done. Nonetheless, these powers are amazing. A few minutes ago, I would have agreed wholeheartedly with you. That has already changed. But the thing that has just happened disturbs me. For my gift has never manifested like this. Something has changed. These changes frighten me. Could you examine some of the items? Let me see. The old elf carefully takes Yaniel's sword, Radiance. Powerful forces lie dormant in this sword, for it once belonged to a bright and daring soul. The storyteller's hands run carefully over the scale that is still not lost its shine. Proud Terendelev, protector of Canabris, devoting your life to serving its people. Your death is a great loss. Maybe you'll be able to find out something about you that is unknown to your admirers. The storyteller touches Finian. What a peculiar weapon. I sense intelligent in it, but it seems dented. Haha, Grandpa Elf, watch where you're poking your fingers. That tickles. Shall we? What do you see of Radiance's past? The storyteller touches the blade with his finger, and sadness rings in his voice. Hold on, let me take a sip. Oh, so much talking. Dresden is doomed. Demons attacked right as we lost the protection of the Sword of Valor. My city, my bastion of hope. We built you as a symbol that lands mutilated by the abyss could be restored to mortals. Now you are perishing and there is nothing I can do. We retreat. No, we flee. A frightened crowd rushes out of the night through the southern gate, chased by the angry howls of demons killing the last defenders of the citadel. My heart goes out to them, but I am standing still on the wall, covering what is left of the retreat. Demons do not attack. They seethe around you. They fall from the sky. They strike from all sides at once. They cannot be stopped, but they can be distracted. I run to the upper floor of the gatehouse. Radiance glows in the golden light in my hands, and I permit myself to close my eyes for one heartbeat. I imagine that the soft glimmering of the sword I see through my closed eyelids is the light of the summer sun. I smile. I open my eyes and I call out, Discari Spawn! Who wants the finest trophy of the night? You know my name, Yaniel. You know how many of you I have slain with this very hand. You wish to curry favor with Darazand, Menago, the echo of your lord. Bring them my head, if you can. Roaring and screaming, they rush towards me in a wave of deformed bodies, unfurled wings. The wave crashes against me, splatters my armor with bloody froth, broken wings, chopped up bodies, plummeting to the foot of the tower. In the heat of battle, I see Joran's pale face down there. He looks up at me in desperation, but he cannot help. He is carrying 2 wounded men on his shoulders. My city will fall, but my friends will live. This is what I fight for. I am covering the retreat. The flow of fleeing people gradually dwindles. My armor is broken in many places. I cannot heal my wounds. The last demon I stabbed with radiance recoils suddenly, tearing the handle from blood-slicked hands. He flies up, but falls somewhere far beyond the walls, by the road being taken by those fleeing. There is no more golden glow in my hands. The night closes in on me, filled with naught but shrieking, mocking demon laughter. Dresden, I am dying with you. Light of the sword, righteous Iomade, accept my soul.
The storyteller runs his hand along the blade one more time with a sad smile.
I know whose memory this is, for I have heard of her many times. Yaniel was a true crusader, and touching her memories is cleansing.
Do you see a future for the sword?
I see numerous possibilities.
The blind elf touches the sword hilt, and metal rings in his voice.
I slide it out of the sheath. I watch the army of warriors led by my lord. I sing, slashing the air, putting courage in their hearts. For I am radiance. Tremble, Dresden. The Lady Yaniel may have perished, but I am not done yet. Charge.
He returns the sword to your grasp.
It is nice to know that this sword's glory days are not yet over. It has many battles ahead. Take care of it. It is a glorious weapon.
What can you tell me about Tyrendelev? We won't do Finian just yet. We'll do Tyrendelev and then we'll get going, because we've already been here long enough. The storyteller takes a deep breath and smiles.
I am flying. I can finally spread my wings, gliding over a river, the sunset turning that river to a smooth surface like a mirror. I see my reflection. It is as if another silver dragon rises to meet me from the depths. But what is it? The scales upon the edge of my chest are black, a darkness spreading. I wake up, the clear sky above me blazing with heat. I remain in my human form, and the red dust of the wound clings to my cracked lips. Someone is carrying me on a stretcher made of shields and spears. I'm so weak I can barely lift my hand to my face. And the sight of that hand terrifies me, for it is black. The skin glistens like scales melted by fire. I should cry, but I can only feel hatred, nausea. Of all the people around me, out of sympathy for them, did I choose to leave my mountain. I gave up my flights over the rivers. I went into the demon's lair. They don't have a scratch on them, but I am infected with foulness. It is not fair. My life is more precious than their pathetic existence. Oh, how I hate them in this moment.
Welcome back, Lord Brember. Oh, good. There's an ad in progress. I need to run to the restroom real fast, get some water, and we will continue. Also, bad timing, Lord Brember. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm checking, Lord Brember. I'm checking. Give me a second. These creatures are the bestiary for book 1, though none of them are using the adventure explicitly. They are a Sin Seeker, a Heron, an Okrith demon, and Demon Lord Zoveron. Why does that thing have an elephant snout and no eyes? I hate it. That thing is ugly as sin. It deserves to be burned. All right. Let me take another sip. The Sin Seeker is a porcine monster bred for detecting alignments. They're actually quite sweet. Oh, of course, it's a demon made for alignment detection, so of course it's like, you smell like, insert your favorite sin. I like you. It probably would still kill things, like... Alright, there's only 30 seconds left. We'll keep reading.
Suddenly I feel shame. No, these are not my thoughts. The Crusaders carrying me are my friends. I am glad they did not suffer, but I hate them and myself so much. Pain and hatred pierce me all at once. It's because of them. Because of them. Someone walking beside me touches me, talks to me, but the only thing I hear is, your mentor. He will come. He will help. And I lose consciousness.
The storyteller takes a deep breath, exiting the vision.
Such hatred from Terendelev. I thought she served on the side of the Crusaders. Terendelev has come a long way. Her unit was ambushed by demons once, and she was infected with some form of foulness. The Terendelev you met in Canabris before her death had gone through many trials to regain her former purity. What happened next?
The storyteller puts his hand to his forehead.
Sometimes the past can be as vague as the future. We all know how her story ends, but the beginning is hidden from us. Perhaps if you find more of what belonged to her, we will know more of her struggle.
The Sin Seeker is actually a true neutral magical beast. They are used by both good and evil aligned cults to interrogate either to gain information or for more nefarious purposes. Oh, so they're like the engineers from Halo. They don't exactly they don't understand who they're working for. They just know, ooh, new person, I want to know about you. And then their masters are like, yes, good, tell me all about them. Poor guys. Okay, now I feel bad for them. Now I feel slightly bad for them because I just assumed they were demons.
No matter what we learned, remember, her soul, the soul of a true dragon, overcame every obstacle, endured every torment, and she was able to purify herself. For dragons are truly powerful, not only in body, but in spirit as well.
All right, we have been here long enough. Oh, I should ask though if I can help because he might give me a quest. Is there anything I do to help you? The storyteller nods gratefully.
I appreciate your offer. I have reason to believe that somewhere in Canabris is a manuscript authored by an elf from Kyonin who witnessed the Earthfall.
The storyteller's voice suddenly breaks and he stops for a moment.
For personal reasons, I must examine it. No matter how hard I try, I have failed to find it. Even in the Blackwing Library, I found only a mention that the manuscript exists and is held somewhere in the city of Canabris. I assume then it must be stored in the Grey Garrison. It would not let me into the archives when I visited. All those Crusaders were nervous about a strange blind elf interested in secrets. I suppose it is understandable. The Crusade naturally has made many paranoid. But now that the Grey Garrison has fallen into enemy hands, I would be grateful if I could see the manuscript.
There we go. That's what I wanted to get. Beautiful. All right, now let's head out. We got enough shit we need to deal with. If I remember correctly, yes, Holroon is now here with his band of Inquisitors. Oh. God damn it, so many people want to talk to us.
You again. Anything to report?
I just wanted you to know more about my gift. I had a vision. An angel by the name of Lario was killed by a creature that resembled Discari. Before he died, Lario bequeathed his sword to whoever could lift it. The Inquisitor listens to you intently, almost reverentially.
Angel Lario.
Yes, that name is familiar to me, of course. During the First Crusade, many warriors from heaven fought shoulder to shoulder with the Crusader, including some of its most illustrious heroes.
It has always been a regret of mine that I never had the chance to meet you.
A tinge of envy bleeds into the Inquisitor's voice, but he smooths it away and continues. By the time I was born, most of the angels had left the ranks. Iomede's faithful servants at the time were told that the warriors of heaven were departing on a special mission to weaken the forces of evil, though that was decades ago. Since then, none of the angels have returned. I have no doubt that their mission continues to this day, but I digress. Everyone believed that Lariel had left with the rest, but you have revealed the sorrowful truth, that one of our heroes perished, leaving his gift to await the arrival of one worthy of it. Sad tidings. Did you talk to Irabeth? The old man sneers. That little upstart went behind my back and declared herself warden of the city, and she has refused to step aside. I should have her arrested and the rabble she's drawn about her, but I do not have time for that. I will let her play warden as she likes, and once we've cleared the demons out of the city, I will make sure she's hauled in front of a tribunal for this little stunt. Are your Inquisitors going to be able to help us when we finally launch our counterattack? What do you mean, will they? Why these questions? Do not doubt my abilities. Are you? We are Inquisitors. We will provide tactical support with cold steel or magic as we see fit. And then I also believe the magic... Yep, the Tieflings are here, and Claim and his Order of the Sunrise Sword is here. Good. Prelate is the leader of the city. We just don't see him acting very leader-like here. Yeah. Okay, me, Sela, Camilla, Wendua, Woljif, Darren. Yep, we're good to go. Okay, let's see what we can get explored. Let me see.
Is there actually a timeline? Hold on. Let me pull up this real fast. Wrath of the Righteous. How long do I have before defending Defender's Heart? Try to... Let me see here. Let me see here. 3 days. We had 3 days, and I have no idea how long we've taken. I know we've rested at least twice, so that's not good. So when did we... I want to see if there's a... Bingo. So that was the 15th of Aradis, 4715. We are on the 17th. Ooh, okay. So we need to prioritize the Tower of Estrad and Gorm's Mansion immediately. We also need to rescue the last remaining member of the Desnans. So we need to head to the Market Square because I know where this last guy is.
Here we go.
Because I know where he is, because I remember. Hello, Mr. Knight. I can't help but notice that your friends left and you decided to stay here. The eyes of the young lad peer out at you from under the massive helmet. At this proximity, it's obvious that his armor is ill-fitting and mismatched, and the helmet specifically is either poorly made or a theater prop.
Pardon me. Saw you with that shawl. Are you a friend of Aranka's? What I'm saying, of course it does, so...
And... Oh, wait. There they are. Yep, some of Holroon's dickweeds. Oh, Holroon himself. I forgot he shows up for this. The young man's speech is interrupted by the arrival of a new cast of characters. People in the robes of Iomede's Inquisitors appear from all sides, surrounding him. Adept Thal of the Temple of Desna, you are under arrest on suspicion of treason and aiding the demons. You will have 1 minute to come quietly. Drag your feet, and we will count that as an attempt to resist justice. Prelate Holroon appears behind his people.
And here's the traitor who almost corrupted the Wardstone with his magic.
You don't think that the disorder and demonic presence in the city would distract us from finding traitors, did you? The youth's eyes go wide and he says nothing, clearly not knowing what to do.
You are torturing this young boy for nothing, Holroon. I will not stand for this. You bear the light of heaven and you take the side of a delinquent and conspirator? Heaven knows not only righteous anger, but mercy as well.
The Inquisitor gazes into the light, not even blinking. His face reveals a desperate inner struggle, and at last he rubs his temples.
I do not know why you stand in the way of justice, but I will not start a spat between the goddess's righteous warriors in this hour of peril. Fine, let the Desnan riffraff go where he likes. Just stay out of my sight. When we liberate this city from demons, I will see to it that every one of Ramian's runts and everyone like him is driven from Canabras. Come, Inquisitors. We have no further business here.
The young man lets out a sigh of relief as he watches the Inquisitors go.
This is just blatantly unfair. We just were trying to protect the city from demons, and instead of helping us, we get cunted by the Inquisitors. Pray that Holroon will be the death of us all, and there's nothing we can do about it. Thank you. I'd have been done for without you.
The Inquisition has gone too far. I'm glad I didn't let him take it.
That's it. I don't believe I'll ever get a fair healing from Holroon. If it wasn't for you, I would have been tortured and put to death. Even so, I do have regrets. We definitely went too far, breaking in to get to the Wardstone. And in the end, we didn't even save anyone.
Hey, chin up, pal. You screwed up royally, but you meant well, right? Holroon was trying to do the same thing as you. He just killed a whole lot of people while doing it. Is this some kind of competition to find the most useless crusader? Have you appointed yourself the judge, have you? Woljif scoffs. The most useless crusader contest? Oh, you think you mean the whole damn history of the Crusades? And the judge? It ain't me. It's Discari. You care to look around? He's already announced the results.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna head back to the Temple of Desna. I need to be alone with the goddess and reflect on what's happened.
See, I also find it hilarious that the one member of the group of Desnans that actually has some force, like some afterthought to be like, you know, maybe breaking and entering wasn't the best way to go about this, is also the one that Holrun wants to kill. Because of course it is.
Can't make the demons wait.
Still a bit, I still don't like it that you can't tell the surviving groups in the market square to go back to the Defender's Heart. Like, I feel like that's just some basic interaction that would have been nice. Like, gathering up the remaining forces so that you can defend the inn better. If only because having some additional meat shields during that fight is very useful. All right, we need to go over to the temple and talk to Ram. There he is.
Let's see what we can do.
Oh, why did we all bunch up? Talk. I'm not going to run. I've already talked to you about this. I'm not going to kill you. I can't imagine someone would go so far as to kill you, Ramian. Your gaggle of good little worshippers wouldn't allow such sacrilege to come to pass. Why didn't you ask to seek refuge with me? I would have helped out of solidarity for a fellow Aasimar, and to relive that one summer's eve. Darren smiles slightly wistfully. Lord Darren, the priest seems to have only just noticed your companion. You are traveling in unexpected company. But to answer your question, I never considered trying to save myself. I wanted to help the people of the city. I refused to idly sit out the storm just to amuse you. Not even for the sake of that one summer's eve. Oh, that is a common affliction among clerics, it seems. Our city is burning, the pearl is lawful. Reelan, I found and rescued your adepts. The news has already reached me, and I'm deeply grateful. My heart can rest easy now knowing they are safe. I also heard you achieved the impossible, and convinced Holrun to spare Thal. Of course, in the prelate's typical fashion, he has vowed to run us out of the city once this is all dealt with. Stubborn old fool. Unfortunately, his word is law in the city, so we will indeed be leaving. As long as the demons are here and the city needs our help, I won't go anywhere. The Eagle Watch is gathering to survivors at the Defender's Heart. You could be useful there. I fear my presence would be ill-advised, though you have managed to reason with our mutual friend. The sight of me might reignite his zeal. I will make myself useful elsewhere. Alas, the city has a great many souls in need of a cleric's aid. Alright, thank you for listening to me and defending me. It's my turn to go out to the ruins and search for people who need help, and I shall give it. Alright, that takes care of him, and now we can go inside the Temple of Desna. And this will unlock the Azada path. What is this? Fanfare of the Faithful. Nothing really valuable there. Some random loot. The Altar of Desna, Goddess of Luck, patron deity of travelers and dreamers. Ilks, Aranka, and Thal sit side by side like sparrows on a tree branch. They seem happy despite the chaos going on around them. Well, if it isn't our rescuer, it's good you've come. Come, sit with us. Pleased to see you're all fine, but... fine, stopping for a minute won't hurt. The Adept share a conspiratorial look. We've decided to give you a gift. A special gift. One that we would never share with anyone except for the person who risked his life for ours. Who didn't just take a stand against evil, but against injustice under the guise of law. Our gift, Aranka cuts in, is a song. We've called it the Starward Gaze. It came to us from the true servants of Desna from her domain in Elysium. The song can gift a soul with renewed vitality. Please, just listen. Elysium is the plane of the outer sphere that represents the ultimate expression of wild freedom and compassion. It is the home to the spirits of like-minded mortals and the wild and freedom-loving Azadas. It is a place of uninhibited love, art, and expression. The plane of Elysium is a riot of untouched wilderness ranging from wild forests to foam-peaked seas to impossibly high mountains interspersed with hard-to-reach green valleys. None of the normal trappings of civilization are found here. The natives prefer to live in small groups and only very occasionally gather for large meetings. To outsiders, the untamed wilds can seem harsh and uninviting, but the initiated understand its true nature. Elysium is a land of selfless cooperation combined with self-sufficiency and a complete lack of external authority. Ooh, do I get a gift? Can I swap my song for something else? Say, cash or a snack? Those unschooled in the arts can't possibly appreciate that some songs are worth more than gold. And those who spent their whole lives eating 3 square meals a day and sleeping on silk sheets don't realize that sometimes a crust of bread is worth more than gold. Paying no attention to Woljif's chatter, the young woman continues to sing. You start to repeat the melody, feeling it coming from somewhere within your soul, and then... I do like, as I said, I think that all of the Mythic Path musics are very good. And I do love that they pretty much always use them when you are doing something either in the book or in the book scenes or in the game that actually reflects that character. It's why I wish the music was louder, but if I turn up the music here, it ends up being overly loud everywhere else, which is annoying as shit. Because one of the things I do really love about the Azada theme is it starts basically with like one instrument. And then each time the melody repeats, more and more instruments get added, and it gets louder and louder and louder until it's basically a full orchestra by the end, playing the tune over and over again. It's a nice sign of like multiple things coming together and becoming strong, which is good because that's pretty much chaotic good in a nutshell. As the music finally stops, Savan finds himself in a place that looks nothing like the ruins of Penabris. It all happens in the space of a blink. He closes his eyes on one world and reopens them on another one entirely. A delicate twilight envelops this new world, with streaks of moonlight breaking through the gloom. Savan is standing in a shallow stream of murmuring water, deep in a forest. There is no one else around. Garlands of unfamiliar climbing plants twine around the trunks of gigantic trees and dangle from their branches on vines woven from what looks remarkably like swings. A carpet of fragrant grasses spread out at the trees' roots, with islands of fluorescent moss and lichen dotted here and there. Small, smooth stones with a strange mirrored surface are scattered across the stream bed in which Savan is standing. The stones catch the light shining down from the heavens, making them gleam silver and making the ordinary little brook look less like a stream of darkness. Carrying a sparkling of stars through the night. Sections like this speak for themselves. No, it's very obvious. Whoever at Alcat is like the forever DM was allowed to write these. Because this reads like someone who has had to DM a lot and is like, okay, just let me write it. We don't need to voice act it. We don't need to do anything. Just let me write it, guys. Savan is sure that he has never been to this place before, and yet it all feels so familiar. It is the manifestation not of dreams or fantasies, but of the special way of looking at the world that only children possess. When a glint of light reflects off a piece of glass to become a falling star, when an oddly shaped stone is a remarkable artifact, when every shadow or twist in the path promises mystery or adventure. A single glance into the forest stream brings this feeling rushing back. Let me be the player for once, one session later. Okay, I'll go back to DMing. For Christ's sake, you can't do anything right. Yep, exactly. Unhurriedly makes his way along the stream bed, taking in his surroundings. The whimsically twisting path runs through the silent forest, and Savan unhurriedly strolls along it. This place evokes a strange feeling of, not calm, no, in fact quite the opposite, a feeling of restlessness, anticipation, incredible discoveries, unexpected encounters. Or, then again, perhaps it's not the place at all, but the eternal hunger, the craving for new experience, which dwells within mortal hearts. Speculation aside, just as Savan rounds the next bend, an unexpected encounter does indeed take place. They all come closer, not attempting to hide, stepping lightly on the mossy carpet, leaping from branch to branch, or flitting through the air. The creatures are thoroughly bizarre, as though they were deliberately conceived to try the sanity of any taxonomist on the planet. One has the fluttering wings of a butterfly, another the tail has tails from a dozen different animals, while the third boasts tresses of streaming water and hooves in place of feet, and a springly clover growing all over its skin. "We have a visitor!" exclaims one of the strange creatures, and it immediately runs along the stream, sending up moonlight-silvered splashes with every step. The D&D version of the dad, hey, come and help me out with this. You help. Dad, not like that. Just let me do it. Yeah, pretty much. The Forever DM commonly has that problem. The lawful neutral magus was an Aeon who went into Gold Dragon because he found Aeon too cruel. Our paladin was an angel, obviously. Our bard and inquisitor doubled up on Azada, and I was, without question, the trickster. Yep. I mean, that makes sense. And yeah, that is sort of the thing with Aeon. Like, so I will say, the one mythic path that has been fully spoiled for me is Aeon. I do know what happens at the end of the Aeon route if you go pure Aeon. And while it is undoubtedly cruel, there's also a weird sense of like, I don't know, it has that weird sense of like, is it really cruel if you basically made it so that every horrible thing that happened to Sarkoris and Mendev for over a century never happened? All the good things never happened either, but you literally undo everything that went wrong. It is an interesting thought experiment. It does make me want to play Aeon at some point, just to see what all the choices are.
Where am I? Don't you know where you are? Asked the creature in amazement.
I think the Magus more meant the individual choices. Oh, I know. I figured as much, but I'm talking also the broader Aeon, like, scope. Because it is a very interesting question as far as, like, paradox and time. Because there are characters who undoubtedly get screwed by what the Aeon does, but there are also people and entire lives that are saved because of it.
There are plains of breathtaking beauty, plains of astonishing wonders, but only in Elysium is woven from the craving for beauty, the belief in wonder. That is where you are, in the most peaceful, wonderful corner on a plain of boundless freedom.
Cyberpunk is a great game, just had a really tough release. I'm glad they've reached that milestone. Yeah, no, CD Projekt Red buckled down and actually tried to improve it. I still think, I don't know, like thematics-wise, it's still a little too, I don't know. It's not quite what I want out of a Cyberpunk game, but at some point maybe I'll play it now that they seem to finally have everything done and all the DLC released and all the bug fixes put in. Maybe it'd be something to play. I don't know. Maybe after I do What is Wrong with Cyberpunk? Not something wrong with Cyberpunk, just the way it's presented. Because I was there when the original trailer dropped and I first started looking into Cyberpunk, and the end feel of what we got out of 2077 is still very different from what the initial trailer felt like and what the initial connection to the game world felt like. Not bad, but it was definitely a different direction. Made a new run for Cyberpunk, had a lot of fun. I had the complaint of there being too much narrative preventing me from just getting into the killing. Fair enough. What kind of feel do you mean? Just curious. The original Cyberpunk trailer made it seem like, for one thing, it was going to be a lot darker, a lot more, and again, I don't know the full story of Cyberpunk, so maybe this is just a vibes thing. Yeah, I could be completely wrong, but the gameplay that I have seen of Cyberpunk and portions of its story, which is not much because I was always on the fence of whether I was going to get it or not, so I tried not to spoil myself, just doesn't feel the same as what I've read from what I saw in the original trailer from all those years ago and what I read from Cyberpunk, like book excerpts and things like that from the original rulebook. I don't know. It feels like there's just a disconnect. Too bright, too dark. I think in both directions at once kind of way. Like the things that are supposed to be brighter are not. The things that are supposed to be darker also aren't. Again, I would have to play the game and I'd have to go back and read. I just remember when the... no, to be fair, Tenwin, this conclusion was reached right after Cyberpunk 2077 came out when it was in its very rough stage. So I very well could be biased in this regard. This is something that I would like to play Cyberpunk 2077 further down the line. It's just not a priority for me right now. That's all. Actually, what I would like to do, quite honestly, is I'd like to play the Shadowrun CRPGs first and then go play Cyberpunk, because those two settings get associated with one another a lot. So I would like to see the contrast there. Aside from the obvious, which is that Shadowrun has magic.
Who are you?
Don't you... oh, right, that's the part we already read.
We are Azatas, children of freedom,
says one of the creatures, carelessly swinging from the branches of a tree.
This forest is our home today. Tomorrow our home could be a lake 100 leagues to the south, an underground cave in the azure ocean, a castle of clouds scattered in the dawn breeze.
Azatas are the race of benevolent celestials native to Elysium. Azatas are champions of freedom and goodness, and choose to travel the plains helping all in need and battling evil. Azata do not believe that evil can be completely destroyed by methodical campaigns, instead devoting themselves to showing up where they feel they are needed most, doing their best to help, and then promptly leaving. Even though some think of Azata as the most elf-like of the celestial races, many of them have animal, elemental, or even stranger features and body parts. Many take whimsical forms, resembling the good fae for whom they are sometimes associated. Must attend to something. I shall attempt to maintain my attention in case I have more input. No problem, Lord Brownbear. Get what you need to have done.
And how did I get here?
We don't know how you came to be here, says the creature with the dozen tails, smiling. Mortals rarely come to Elysium in their lifetimes.
But here you are, which means that something must have brought you, something in your soul. If your soul did not harbor even the slightest spark of freedom, yearning, compassion, well, then you never would have found your way here. But now that you know, tell us, what do you want? I have to go back. They still need me there.
The
creature with the butterfly wings, who had hitherto remained silent, gives the visitor a serious look and nods to himself. I can smell the burning, the blood, and the tears of the place you have come from. They still cling to you. It is right that you do not wish to turn your back on the suffering of those you left behind. None of the children of Elysium would do such a thing. Go. Be their bulwark against evil and strife. Your path is true. Would you like to take something from this place as a memento? The question hangs in the air. Though the words that Savan utters next are merely words, not a spell or a command, they have an equal bearing on destiny and life. Yes, I want to. The three Azada draw closer. Then take this memory with you. Take this light. Take the knowledge that any pebble struck by a moonbeam can be the equal of a star. Take the understanding that you cannot fight evil with clever plans until you have conquered the evil within your soul. Your soul cannot be cleansed of evil if it is not free. Take our song, remember it, and may it help you, but only when you are true to that which brought you beneath this sky. The three adepts look up wide-eyed. What just happened? For a second, you were surrounded by light and we heard music. The music of Elysium itself. I was in Elysium. The Azada spoke to me. The three adepts exchanged looks of astonishment. I swear it's a sign. Desna herself has turned her gaze upon you. You helped us. You protected Wallflower. Even though it wasn't your responsibility, the goddess couldn't fail to acknowledge such a noble soul. We might be getting ahead of ourselves, guys, but there are powerful entities in Elysium besides Desna. Of course, there has to be a reason for it. We're glad we met you, friend, and not just because I'd be suffering at the Inquisitor's hands now if we hadn't. But also because you helped me overcome my doubts. Leona, welcome. Welcome. We will always remember you, no matter what. And that unlocks the potential choice to pick Azada when we get further along. I'm still up in the air whether I want to do Azada or Angel before we switch to Legend later in the story. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Not much I can do about it here. We are still a long way from that. We are a long way from that. We're almost 20 hours into this game and we haven't even gotten out of Canabras yet. Okay, so it is midday on the 17th. We should have about a day left before the Battle of the Defender's Heart. We're working on that. Working on that. Oh, do not show completed quests. Thank you. Is it the How Hard? Yeah, okay, so this is what we're... Worm's Mansion, scout out the Tower of Estrad. All of this can wait until after the garrison, so we need to get these two done before the battle. So I'm going to make a hard save here. We're going to do Worm's Mansion first, then we're going to do the Tower of Estrad. And somebody got... Oh. Please tell me this is not...
Save the last one for me.
Oh. Why do they always spawn in behind me? Oh, and they're all aggroed on me. Of course they are. Darren, run. Wenduag, run. Woljif, go this way. Sela, come over here. Camellia, go after this one. There we go. Wait for it. Woljif, go after him. Darren. Oh, we have not... Oh. Wait. Shit. We haven't rested, so he doesn't have his level 2 spells. Fuck. Oh, well. No, not that. Where's your cantrips? There we go. Divine Zap. Go ahead and put that as your default attack, please. There we go. I'm going to assist with that. Wendua, go ahead and assist with that one. There we go. Woljif, over here. There we go.
Distract them for me.
Perfect. Nice and simple. No damage taken. We wiped them out. We got a little bit more experience. Yeah, we definitely want to do both of these areas because that should get us enough EXP to get to level 5, which would be great. Because at level 5, I believe, yes, we should get another infusion. We also get empowered metakinesis, and we get our next kinetic blast level. Good, good, good. You got that butt that won't quit? I guess. Oh, god
damn it, another one. Please, just spawn in front of me, please, so that I don't have to deal with repositioning. Oh, or they cannot be aggroed to begin with. We got a cultist to our left. We got a shear in front of us.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
I crave your commands.
Okay, hold on.
I hear the
Camellia,
voice
I
of
want
the
you to come over here. You'll deal with the cultist over there.
We will win this
Sela,
war.
pardon me. Sela will deal with him.
Who, me?
Woljif, hold back.
I'll prove I'm the best.
Should I?
Let's go with that. Enhanced range.
Can we retreat
Nope.
already?
Sela, move up. Woljif, move here.
My blade.
Wendewog, attack him. Camellia, go after him.
Demand your blood.
Dayron, give me your divine zap. You'll assist with attacking the shear.
This kill is
There we
for
go.
you.
Your treasure.
There we go. Good, good. Don't let him charge. Don't let him. There we go. Yep. I mean, if he wants to charge through 3 people and get attack of opportunity by all of them, then good luck with that, buddy.
Let's see what we can do.
All right. Grab whatever he dropped. Masterwork Glaive. That's always good. And he should have a Masterwork Bardiche. Also good. That's actually worth a decent chunk of change. That's 200 gold right there. We're still at that. Oh, failed. We can get to that later. All of the secondary sites can be done later, but we got to get these primary sites done before the battle for the defender. Speaking of which,
Here we go.
Ah, there you are at last. You certainly took your time. Thought perhaps you had gotten lost on the way here. I was regretting not drawing you a map.
Augus's relief is palpable even through his grossing.
'Tis a tragedy. You see one's house in such a sorry state. I always had a few guards in my service, you know. Hope those blockheads at least died honorably and didn't simply flee at the first sign of danger.
He turns towards the corridor with a pensive expression on his face.
My manor contains several items of great value to me. I must retrieve them before they are discovered by my fellow citizens, who in the current chaos seem to have taken to thieving and marauding like ducks to water. That here is what I want you to do. I ask you to stroll through my house, peek into the rooms, and if you find anyone, kill them. That'll teach any other opportunist to stay away from the mansion of Holger Worm. And I stand here by the entrance. You can clearly hear the sound of someone rooting around inside my home. Any possessions of mine you find in here are yours. It is all as good as lost to me anyway. When you are sure the house is empty, give me a signal from the study window. Have a torch around or something like that. You can decide when you get there.
Ha! This should be good. I'm always up for poking around a fancy manor. Oh, I have done many things in my life, but playing the part of intrepid mercenary rummaging through someone else's tastelessly decorated and poorly planned mansion is a novelty to me. How droll!
I deeply regret that you are made to participate in this, my dear Count.
Oh, come now, I love a good caper, even when the setting offends my aesthetic sensibilities. What exactly are these items worth risking your life to come back here?
Never you mind. I am paying you to clear out the ruffians, not ask questions.
August glares at you for a few seconds before dropping his gaze.
In any case, you will learn what this is all about just as soon as you clear the way to the study. Please, just restrain your curiosity for now.
You're not coming with us.
Oh, the very notion. You think I hire guards to do my bidding so I can put myself in danger alongside them? No. I have taken on my fair share of risk already today.
But all the same, you took the risk of coming here even though you were well aware of the danger. What is it that draws you here so strongly, like a moth to a flame?
Melia, that's enough.
Oh, seems I hit a sore spot. She quickly covers the smile that flits across her face. Fair enough, Sirgworm. I'll deal with it.
Well, get on with it. You're waiting for a special order. I shall await your signal.
He pauses for a moment.
And good luck in there, I suppose.
I can handle it.
All right. I don't even remember what's in here. I just remember that there's quite a few mid-level encounters for our size of party. Yep, he said we can take whatever we want, so I'm not gonna go against that. Hello? Oh, there. Oh, Cambions. That explains things. Okay. Let's try... Hold on. Open up this door.
This is my kind of work.
Let's see what's in here first. Box filled with a variety of whips and flogs, a set of collars of various sizes. Chains, handcuffs, shackles, a collection to rival a prison. Oh, Sickle of Falter. Whenever this +1 sickle lands a hit on an enemy, the target must pass a reflex saving throw or become staggered for 1 round. That might actually work out great for... So what is he at? +7, 6 to 9. +7, 2 to 7. So wait, why is it only +1? It has finesse wielding. Why is it lower damage? Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. It's finesse wielding. He should be dealing more damage with it. What the fuck? Huh. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Am I missing something? Oh, right. He has finesse training. Okay, fair enough. The short sword is still good, though, because it does give him a magical attack. But we don't need to send the sickle to him, because he's not going to be able to use it very fair enough. My house contains items I highly value. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, there's a difference between highly value and willing to die for. Let's be very honest. And Horgus is obviously of the opinion that this stuff is willing to die and willing to kill for. All right, where's the enemy?
Here we go.
We know there's some in here. I'm just thinking that approaching from this side would make slightly more sense. There he is, an Abracandilu. Okay.
I'm here all week. I can handle it.
Wenduog, you're actually probably the best bet to open a fight because you get 2 attacks
No
right
match for me.
You can handle him, right?
There we go. Stab and stab. And the Cambion is alone. Take him down. Really? He still managed to hit Wenduog from back there. Wenduog, get out of Volge's way, please.
They'll beg me to stop.
Why am I up here? There we go. We'll take whatever we want from here now. Some food, some supplies, some chicken. Cambion with a masterwork scimitar. Good. That's actually worth some money. At this level, at least. Some fish. And a recipe. Let's get that learned. Where's that? Oh, what is that? Wand of Remove Disease. Oh, that's... Hold on. Camellia, would you like to cast that on the people who have a disease? Because that would be not... Oh, it only has 9 charges. That's annoying. That's fine. Better than it just sitting in my inventory doing nothing. Let's go ahead and copy that recipe. Yep. Anything else? Nope. All right. So let me see here. We got a library. Okay, there's... Okay, cultists. Let's see if we can approach from the other side. Hello? Anybody home? Let you anything. Oh. Okay, where's the...
What's on your mind?
Something wrong?
I wonder.
Watch N-word.
Thank you. Everybody in the room, please. Anything else in here? Nope. Okay, that makes things easy. Sophisticated instruments of torture. The purpose of some of them can only be guessed at. Well, that's nice to know. I do like that they're very much setting up that Horgus is a sick bastard, but if you know anything about Camellia, well, that's not the case. What's this? The door to the garden is blocked. Opening it is currently impossible.
Can't make the demons wait.
I mean, you say that, but I have at least 2 people in my party who have high strength. I think they can tear it open. A heavy blunt object was clearly used to try to break down the door. The lock is broken and the door cannot be opened.
Beautiful.
Okay. We get in here without aggroing anything.
They will
Nope. No, we can't.
against our resolve.
Move. Darren, how did you end up in front? How did you end up in front? You stupid motherfucker.
Into the
Cover me,
fray.
all right?
Melia, go
You
deal
are
with the Flame
today's
Blade. That is a
sacrifice.
conjurer. He needs to be dealt with.
I'll rip you apart!
Okay, move. Ow. Oh my god, Wendog, move.
No match for me.
Give me... We don't have anything to really put him down, unfortunately.
Stab
Well,
you or
Jeff.
zap you? Why not both?
There we go. Take him down before he conjures up anything. Are you shitting me? How did we miss him? There we go.
Distract them from me.
Somebody hit him. Somebody. There we go. Thank you, Wendy. All right, basic books, Fairy Tales of Avestan, Notes of a Traveling Priest, Adventures of a Fearless Crusader, Briggy the Sausage Maker. Let's see here, Masterwork Glaive, Masterwork Scimitar, thank you. Oh, what is that? Scroll of Doom. Fortunately, Doom is not as cool of a spell as you would think. 1,000 Revolutions, Shadows of Absalom, nothing really valuable. The Crusades as seen by ordinary folk. On the Nature of the Divine, Guide for Travelers, Prodigal Sons. Mainly just stuff that we can sell. Inflict Moderate Wounds, Scroll of Grease, that's good. Artificial Flowers. Battle in the Valley of Fire by Luris Aldori. Oh yes, this is about the conquest by Koral the Conqueror. Which went so well for the Aldori that they got completely shit-canned in one fight. Cooking Almanac of the Inner Sea by Jubilos Narthrop. Good to see he's still making money. Circuit of Joy, Confessions of a Heretic, on the Nature of the Divine. Yep, we got all that. That is everything down here.
Here we go.
What about this room? Ow. Okay, everybody get ready. Hold up. When do
Only you deserve
I'll
more.
cheer you on
Oh,
from...
I missed it. There was another one down there. Shit. You go after him. Camellia, go after him. Woljif, you'll come this way and assist Camellia as soon as the fight starts.
The inheritor.
Attack. Attack.
Stop.
There we
Time
go.
to share your treasures.
Now move in. Sneak attack. There we go. Got the drop on him nice and
I
quick.
can handle it.
Thank you for your masterwork equipment. It will sell nicely. Ooh. Locked. 70%. Really?
nice.
70? Doesn't he have like a... He's got a 15. Fine.
Together we stand.
Well,
Melia, you have guidance, don't you? Yes. Go ahead and put that on Woodruff real fast. At least give us a slightly better
My
chance.
tail is restless.
Oh, right. It doesn't activate until we actually use it.
This is my kind
There
of
we
work.
go. Ooh, Silver Robe. +1 bonus on all saving throws against fear effects. I mean... I mean, it's something at least. God, that looks gaudy as hell, though, on him. The silver hair with the silver robe is making it look very weird.
Can't make the demons wait.
All right, well, loot the box. There we go. Up to the second floor. What is... Oh. Hello? Oh, another Abracadilu. Is it just one of them?
Beautiful.
the heartbeat quickens.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Out of my sight.
Why am I blocking the way? There we go. Oh, somehow we only act... Oh, no, he's causing fear. That's why. Woljif, get over
Cover me,
here.
all right?
Thank you. There we go. Woljif's sneak attack is still really nice at this level. He does
Let's
so
see
much
what we
damage.
can do.
There we go. Anything else? No? Anything over here? No? Okay. Cleared that out. What is this? Door is locked by some unusual or magical means. There
Here
is
we
no
go.
lock to be seen. Okay. You know what?
Rules are made
Give me a blessing right now just to top everybody up. Because I'm pretty sure there's some tougher fights in here. Lord Religion. There we go. It can't... Oh, Cambion Wizard. That's not
I am yours.
All right, Wendewog, I want you to hit him first, please.
I'll rip you apart!
Let's have some fun.
What have we got? Oh, Abracandilo. Okay. Sela, go after the Flame Blade. Melia, go after the Abracandilu. Woljif, hang back until I know what I want you to do. I will assist in dealing with the wizard. Hopefully he'll die. Darren, that. Give me... Yeah, just Divine Zap on the Abracandilu. No, please continue attacking the wizard. The wizard... What? Alright. Woljif, go assist her.
Why not both?
There we go. Oh, that is a ranger. Shit. Who's he targeting? I don't think anybody's taking any real damage. It's fine. When do yeah, help you with this. Good. Now target the ranger. I will also target the ranger. Darren, you assist there. That's fine. Yep, sneak attack. Woljif.
Time to share your treasures.
Come on. Ow. There we go. All right, the whole pack is down.
Can't make the demons wait.
Masterwork site. Nice. So that's another 100. Composite shortbow and a Masterwork scimitar. That's 150.
Beautiful.
There we go. Okay, we've got 2 passageway. We have taken a little bit of damage. Darren, if you'd be so kind as to channel positive energy, please. Thank you.
You can trust me.
And then I'll have Camilla use 1 healing potion, which should be enough. Or not, because it didn't go high enough. There we go, that's better.
Let's see what we can do.
What have we got in here?
Do not fear.
Oh.
Do not waver.
Ooh, Cultist Slayer. And Cambion Rain. Ooh, that's level 7. Wait, how are there multiple enemies? Melia, how are you? Oh, there we go. Okay, Cambion's over there. Melia, head over here. Woljif, hold back. I'm going to use my ability on you because you are not... You're not a tiefling and you're not a Cambion, so I don't have to worry about that. Go there. Wendua, target the Cambion over here.
Match for me.
Woljif, assist Camellia. Oh, perfect. Critical hit. Now, wait a second. Cambion Ranger, Cambion Cultist Slayer. Where's the Cambion Ranger? Oh, that's not good. Where is he? There they is. All right, he was invisible.
Why not both?
Take him down. There we go. Now Woljif, get over here and help. Perfect.
Here we go.
What did we get from that? 49 experience? That's not bad. Oh, Masterwork Kukris. And a healing potion. Good, the good healing. Not the shitty healing potion. Gold, some supplies.
Is that treasure?
Hey, ooh, Scroll of Stone Skin. Scroll of Displacement. That's good.
Can't make the demons wait.
Nice. So I think that room is blocked off, so we can only go this way. What's behind door number 3? How long do we have on Bless? 2 minutes.
Beautiful.
We should be good. All right, who's in here?
You'll make a fine trophy.
That's a babao. That's not good. Darren. Bane. Bless. Cure Light Wounds. Remove sick. You don't have anything, and you don't get any of your level 2 spells, unfortunately. All right, focus fire on the babao.
Into the fray.
Melia, if you could reduce his AC, that would be great.
I'll rip you
Engage.
apart.
No, engage. For it.
Time
Now
to share
Woljif,
your
go.
treasures.
Damage. Almost. Melia, I need you up here. Help. Ow! Okay. He gets sneak attack for no fucking reason. And of course it was on Woljif. Oh, there's another one. That's why. Fuck. Nope. Sela, give him a hand. Woljif's going down. Sorry, Woljif. I'll get you up in a second, buddy. Lay on hands on self.
Done with you.
Lord. Good lord. 22 damage.
For a
Ow.
foe.
Please kill him. There we go.
No match for me.
There we go. All right, Woljif, get up.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay. Darren, I'm gonna need heals. And then give me that. That. Okay, a little bit more, please, Darren. A little bit more. Bang! Plus 10. Much better. Honestly, just top everybody. There we go. Everybody's good to go. Masterwork Scimitar. It kind of baffles me that some of the cultists are carrying better equipment than the demons, but I guess the demons do rely more on their innate abilities than they do anything else.
This is my kind of work.
There we go. Ooh, what is this? Short bow of code, +1 bonus on attack rolls against chaotic creatures. Okay, that helps. Still only a 1d6. Oh, wait. If it's a 1d6, then it's not even a +1. That's pretty bad. Counterfeit Derek Sunhammer Jewelry. Okay, and 250. Nice.
I can handle
And I
it.
believe... Why did I see perception checks, but I only saw 2 of them? What about the rest of the party?
Might be trap.
Aha.
Might be
Make the demons
treasure.
wait.
Locked. Oh, right. I'm pretty sure that's the secret thing that Horgus wants to get to. There we go, Horgus. You can come on up.
Ah, the mansion is clear and you're alive. Fine work. The secret door remains unopened. Fantastic. I wasn't too late. If you'll follow me.
Family secrets about to be revealed. So thrilling.
Beautiful.
A happy family, Horgus, an unknown half-elf, and their dark-haired young daughter. The painting is captioned, Horgus Squirm, Iris, Camellia. I do like this scene, because this I will admit, like, Horgus plays the part of the traditional, like, pompous noble. But I actually do like that there is more to him.
Good. Paintings were right where I left them. Very good. Horgus Squirm thanks you for your help.
There's something off about the paintings in front of you. The blonde-haired boy in the Gwyrm family colors doesn't look like Horgus in the least. The family portrait depicting Horgus alongside an unknown half-elf woman and a little girl who bears a striking resemblance to Camellia. Who's that in the paintings, Horgus?
So you've noticed. There's no point in hiding it.
Oh, Horgus is silent for a few moments, then sighs, presses his lips into a hard line.
I have 2 secrets. Camellia is, in fact, my daughter, and I am not the real Horgus Squirm.
You're not Horgus Squirm.
My real name is Darian Witt. My parents were servants to the real Gwyrms at their mansion on the eastern edge of Mendev. The Gwyrms were generous, noble people. They were short-sighted. They burned through most of their fortune on charity, but instead they should have taken better care of guarding their home. When I was 10 or so, I used to play in the garden with the real Horgus Squirm. He was about my age. I've no idea where the demons came from. Horgus ran into the mansion. I in the opposite direction. He was captured and killed. I was not.
Horgus shrubs apologetically.
The Crusaders from the nearest city came to aid us. I was the only person in the mansion who survived. They asked me my name, and I said Horgus Squirm. That is the whole story.
Such a heart-wrenching tale. Never fails to bring tears to the eyes.
You are in no position to judge me, Camellia.
Horgus's hands curl into fists, but his voice sounds more tired than angry.
You're right.
I'm not. Daeron's expression is strained as he listens to Horgus's confession.
A small boy in a manor, under attack by demons. Such a familiar tale.
Driving by quick, Camellia is an Outcat edition, but this Gwyrm backstory is in the original. Our DM was crap with NPC interaction with us, so we never learned it in our game. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think this was one of the moments in the early portion of this game that actually hooked me as far as like, oh, this is actually really interesting.
Mendev has many such tales. Rarely are there any survivors. Take poor Horgus, for instance. He did not make it. You were fortunate, Count, assuming that you're not hiding anything yourself.
Horgus gives an awkward shrug, making it clear he was speaking only in jest.
You were a scared child. Honestly, I have nothing but sympathy for you. It seems your lies haven't hurt anyone, and you've made quite a deal of what you've managed to do. Horgus seemed surprised, as if he expected a stronger reaction.
Never mind. I only like to assure you that your claim about not hurting anyone is absolutely correct. The vast fortune of the Gwyrms had no rightful heirs. If there had been any, I would have transferred ownership to them.
You committed a crime, and you tried to atone. Let me guess. No matter how much good you do, the guilt is still with you.
How do you know?
Because I made the same mistake as a child. Mine was much more serious than yours in deed and in consequence, and many years passed before I learned to be at peace with it. I'm in no position to judge you.
It is difficult for me to speak openly about such secrets which I have kept for years. I have been hostage to them my entire life, strange as it sounds.
What is it like to live your whole life under someone else's name?
When I was a boy, I won't lie, I used to hate Horgus. The condescension most of all. The pity on his face, his smile when he called me to join him in his games. I felt that the difference in our birthright wasn't fair. Envy clouded my minds. When the demons killed him, and not me, I thought it a gift of fate. So I seized that good fortune with both hands and I never let go. When I told them that my name was Horgus Gwyrm, the only heir to the vast fortune of the Gwyrm family, on that day, life was fair. It took me many years to see the generosity behind the condescension, the compassion behind the pity. I discovered, far too late, that Horgus was my friend, and even when I did not feel myself his, and I never accepted that hand of friendship that he offered until it was far too late. But what could I do? Reveal the truth, reject the name, sink into oblivion? Would my friend Horgus want this either?
Horgus shakes his head.
I bear the name Horgus Gwyrm with all the pride and dignity it deserves. As a banner on the battlefield, I multiply its merits. I ensure that the Gwyrm family will never be forgotten. Even now, I still serve Horgus Gwyrm.
Horgus attempts a smile, but the result is a little pathetic. Camelia's your daughter.
Yes, illegitimate, that is to say.
His cheeks redden.
She has resided in this house since birth. The staff thought she was a niece or a daughter of a friend who died in the Crusades, and I have never disabused them of these notions. Her mother, Iris, was a half-elf of humble origins. She worked in the gardens here. I needed to unite the Gwyrm family with another noble line. The name could not be permitted to mix with commoners and plunge into insignificance. Iris did not protest, and we hid our connection. When Camellia was born, I did not claim her as my own. As far as Mendev knows, Camellia is the daughter of a family servant who died over 10 years ago. And before you start telling me that I am a terrible father, I want you to know something. My daughter has wanted for nothing. Her whims are fulfilled as quickly as they arose. I have hired the best teachers, bought her the best books. She has eaten well, worn clothes. Is that not what a parent does?
Oh, you discovered my terrible secret. Father cares so much for the Gwyrm name that he raised me in our mansion, hiding me away from the whole world. I will always be grateful to my father for everything he's done for me, even if Mendev's society disapproves of some of his decisions. Would it be insolent of me to beg for your discretion regarding what you know about us now?
Damn, and I thought Horgus was dull as dishwater. But now he brings the delightful offering of a stolen identity, a secret half-elfin lover, and a bastard daughter. Ah, I'm afraid you'd rather put me to shame.
I will keep your secret, Camellia. The hint of a smile plays upon her mouth. Then please accept my humblest thanks. Horgus casts a wary look at her, but remains silent. What's the plan now, sir?
First and foremost, I shall reward you handsomely for your help. Then I shall burn these portraits. I have kept them all this time out of misplaced sentiment. They serve no purpose. My ravaged home will be picked to the bone, and this secret room would be inevitably discovered. I cannot let these paintings be seen by anyone else. I see. There, you've earned your payment. Pleasure doing business with you.
Horgus is silent for a while.
Camellia, I can tell from your face that you have enjoyed fighting the demons in this worthy party. I can only ask one thing. Are you certain?
Camellia does not answer, but merely looks at Horgus with a half-smile lingering on her lips.
Very well then. I can no longer keep you safe. Our house is destroyed, servants scattered, dead.
Horgus stares into his daughter's face as though he is seeking the answer to an unasked question, but then turns his attention back to you.
Now please, follow me. Let us make sure that no one ever again discovers the secret of Hawk's World.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, my entire opinion of this character flipped a 180 when he did this scene the first time I played it. Because that one line when you're asking him and he says to this day, I still serve Horgus Worm, is it really fits well.
Aren't I?
It really does.
Ooh, breastplate +1. Is that... No, that's medium armor, unfortunately, which means... I don't think anybody can... Well, wait a second. Hold on. Are oracles affected by spell failure chance? I don't remember. No, she's already got a +5, so there's no point of that. Actually, the studded leather is better for her right now. The studded leather is better for her right now. And as for me, I can't wear medium armor. And I am very, very, very much over encumbered. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take the crossbow off to give myself a little bit more room to work with here. Can I get the chainmail on? No, that takes me to medium. Okay, go with the studded leather then. Go with the studded leather. So that's no, it's medium armor, not heavy, so it's not good for her. Not good for her. And she already has a high enough dex that that's not a good idea. We could go with the studded leather on her, and it still keeps her armor class there, so that's fine. But yeah, no, I pretty much did a 180 on Horgus because I just thought, oh, they're just gonna do the classic. He's a rich, pompous nobleman. He's gonna be an asshole to everybody kind of thing. Scorched frames and burned canvases. No one will ever know what these paintings shows. But he's actually a really great example of, like, smart, lawful neutral in a way. Because he's like, it is still my duty to uphold the honor of the house that my family served, even if I lied my way to get there. Because there was no one else. There was literally no one else. Everybody else died.
That's it then. Thank you for your help. Farewell and watch over Camellia.
All right, I do believe that's also everything. Yes.
Can't make the demons wait.
Sweet. All right, we got that done. Now for the Tower of Estrahd. We did loot everything down here. Yep, we're good to go. But yeah, no, I like Horgus. I actually think he's a pretty solid character. And the fact that he sticks around with the Crusade is nice too. He does put his money where his mouth is. All right, we'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. How close are we to level? Oh, yes, we definitely need to do the Tower of Estrahd then. Or we could do... Oh, do we have time to do one of the side areas? Because we might get enough experience to level up before we hit the tower. That would be great. Let's try, we have to go this way anyway, so let's try the Silken Thread. I think... Hold on. Give me a hard save here. Because I know we're getting pretty close to where shit go down. Oh, dead ghoul. Well, hold on. Go here first. Oh, random enemies. That might be enough to get us to level up. I don't know. Depends on the number of enemies.
We are the light.
Oh, hello.
They are the darkness.
Wendua, target the illusionist, Camellia, come over here, Woljif, illusionist, Sela,
The
illusionist.
inheritor, guide my blade.
There we go.
Stab you or zap you. Why
There
not
we go.
both?
Not quite enough to level up, though. So close. We literally need about 100 experience points, and we'll be good to
Let's
go.
see what we can do.
I don't remember what's here. I don't remember what's here at all.
Here we go.
My tail is switching. Must be a sign.
Okay, hold on. Woljif,
Don't mind me.
stealth.
Fine.
I don't trust that there's not something. No enemies? Okay, well that works. Get that disarmed.
This is my kind of work.
Thank you.
I can handle it.
Up. Well, there's definitely somebody defending something. Barbarian. Random dude. Oh, it's another one of the masks.
What's that there?
And
The demons wait.
what's that? Let's get that disarmed.
This is my kind of work.
You? What is it? I'm gonna say the absence of an answer is an answer too. I hate these guys. I don't even know. I know their quest deals with Nenio, but I don't know what exactly.
No reason to pause.
Okay, that's a barbarian.
crave your
Is he like a level 3? Level 1? Oh, okay. That's way easier. Never mind. I thought he'd be at least a level 3 by now, but no, these are basic bitch
I'm
cultists.
here.
These are basic
Here we go
bitch
again.
cultists. That's the case, actually. I will deal with him first. I should do enough damage to kill him.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Let me draw the first
There we
blood.
go. Sharpshooter, wizard, fighter. Okay, Wenduog, target the wizard.
They'll beg me to
Sela, go after the fighter. Camellia, go after the sharpshooter. Woljif, go after the
Distract them
sharpshooter.
for me.
And of course, I missed the first shot. I swear to God, if it's a frickin'... It doesn't even say. It doesn't even say, which is annoying. Dayron, I'd really appreciate it if you zapped him, please. Woljif,
Time to share
help.
your treasures.
Ow! Alright, Wenduog took a hit.
Cover me, all right?
We should be fine. There we go. Was that enough to level up? It wasn't? Oh, 19 experience point. Fuck, really?
fatigue befalls even the
Oh.
best.
Shit. Fuck, we're gonna have to rest. Fuck. It's
we
dangerous
go.
to rest out here, but I think if you rest out in town, there's less chance of bullshit happening. Oh, I need just 19 more experience points. Just give me like one enemy down here or something, or
I can
a
handle
trap or two. Oh, I literally said that, and there are multiple enemies. Okay, that works.
What's going on here?
What level are you guys? Level 1. Okay. Can I please not miss the opening shot? That would be nice. I swear to God, the game is like hard-coded to be like, nope, you get the opening shot, you die, you don't get hit.
Here comes trouble.
Sela, go after that one. What have we got? Fighter. Curvel the Sparkling Fist. I do not know what you are, and I am worried about that.
No match
Wenduog,
for
I want you
me.
to focus on him. Dayron, go ahead and give everyone a bless, please. Real fast. Okay, one's down. Let me see here. Go after the fight. Oh, he's a kineticist. I saw that. He's a kineticist. We need to take him quick. Wenduog, focus fire on him.
Rip you apart.
Dayron, focus fire on him. Camellia is about to have a very bad day if we don't get over there and help. There we go. Woljif, go after Curvel. Camellia, go after Curvel.
Sacrifice.
Oh, he does a lot of damage. Oh, he does a lot of damage. There we go. He's down. Perfect. Magnetic infusion. Oh, wow. Okay, so he was actually a high-level kineticist. Yes, I know, game. Thank you. What level was he? Can I not? Curvel the Sparky Fist. Level 5, Dark Elementalist. Okay. All right. Good thing we killed him then. There we go. Level 5. I now get the Empowered Metakinesis. That's going to start increasing our numbers nicely. Now, let me see here. We have Dazzling Display. We have Dreadful Carnage. I'll be able to pick up skill focuses when we get to the next wild talent. So what do I want right now? Elemental Focus isn't a bad idea because we're going to be... Greater Spell Penetration is not a bad idea either. That'll get us a 1d20 plus caster level plus 4. Improved Initiative isn't bad. We can get Persuasive through Wild Talents, so I don't have to worry about that. We get Skill Focus through Wild Talents as well. Don't think any of those are going to help us. When you hit a flat-footed opponent, you make a persuasion check to demoralize that opponent as a free action, which we can do because Dreadful Carnage... No, that demoralizes them automatically. There's another one that puts flat-footed, but I can't remember. Might be Cornugan Smash, which I don't actually get. Okay. Armor focus, armor proficiency. Cantrip doesn't matter. Yeah, I think greater spell penetration is what we want right off the bat. Let's just get that handled. Then we get... Let me see here. Use your... So this is a level 2, burn 2 Blade Rush. Use your element's power to instantly move 30 feet, manifesting a kinetic blade and attack once. You gain a +2 bonus on the attack rolls and take a -2 penalty to your AC until the start of your next turn. The movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity, though activating Blade Rush does. That does sound like the best. Because again, like once we get high enough level, I would like to engage in more melee kinetic stuff because the kinetic blade melee option can actually be really freaking powerful. So yeah, you know what? We're going to take Blade Rush. Greater spell penetration, kinetic blast level 3, infusion specialization. Whenever you use one or more infusions with the blast, they reduce the combined burn cost of the infusion by 1. Cannot reduce total cost of infusions below 0. Nice. Reduces burn cost by an additional point at 8th, 11th, 14th, 17th, and 20th. Nice, nice, nice. Sela, level 5 Paladin. Let's go ahead and give you another Athletics, another Knowledge World, and... Yeah, I guess Persuasion. We're still going to be taking her down that path anyways, I guess. Doesn't need that. She does need Dazzling Display if we're going to start doing that, though. We need to get started on that because Paladins don't get many freaking options. Divine Weapon Bond or Animal Companion. Now, if I remember correctly, mechanically, Animal Companions are always better because of the way Animal Companions are handled by Owlcat's games. But Sela doesn't strike me as knight, like riding on a horse. She strikes me much more as being on the ground with everybody. So at 5th level, they form a divine bond with their weapon. As a standard action, they can call upon the aid of the spirit for 1 minute per paladin level. Okay, so she, as soon as she gets it, she gets 5 minutes worth of it. It provides a +1 enhancement bonus for every 3 levels beyond the 5th. The weapon gains a further +1 enhancement bonus to a maximum of +6. This bonus can be added to the weapon, stacking with existing weapon bonuses to a maximum of +5. Alternatively, it can be used to add any of the following weapon properties: Axiomatic, Brilliant Energy, Disruption, Flaming, Flaming Burst, Holy, Keen, and Speed. The biggest ones of those being Speed and Axiomatic. Adding these properties consumes an amount of bonuses equal to the property's cost. These bonuses are added to any properties the weapon already has, but duplicate abilities do not stack. You can use this once per day at 5th level and 1 additional time per day for every 4 levels beyond 5th to a total of 4 times per day at 7th level. And it still does scale based on levels, so by level 20, you can use it 4 times a day for 20 minutes each time, for a total of 80 minutes. So yes, we're going to go with Divine Weapon Bond. She gets access to the Keen and Flaming attributes. Flaming is probably going to be the most valuable against cultists. Camellia, let's go ahead and increase your mobility and your trickery. Thank you. Weapon focus, that would be Rapier for her. The other choice right now we would probably want is either Improved Initiative. Doesn't she have... Isn't Shield Focus something she can get? Yes, Shield Focus. Because it still works with her... what's the word I'm looking for? It still works with her Buckler. So that would still give her an additional +1 AC. You become proficient with Bucklers, Light Shields, and Heavy Shields. Oh, right. It's her background that gives her the ability to use Buckler. Right. That's why she already has that. She's not 2-weapon fighting. Gain a +1 bonus on initiative checks and a +2 bonus to concentration. That's not the worst. All right. Let's go ahead and grab Lightblade Rapier because we also need that so that she can get some... She has Weapon Finesse to add her accuracy for dexterity, but we need the one that also allows her to add her damage for dexterity. And she's got more spells. Wendua, level 5. Perception, Lore Nature. Point Blank Master. Whenever you choose one type of ranged weapon, you do not provoke attacks of opportunity when firing the selected weapon while threatened. That would be good. At the same time, she is starting to get up there. Rapid Shot would also be good. What else does she have? Double slide. No, that's for melee only. That's not going to help us when we're throwing the weapon. And I don't think she has access to greater two-weapon fighting just yet. I think that's just later on. I want to see what the requirements are for that. Where is it? Right, I forget they put in the search function. Two weapon. There we go. Oh, wait, what? Greater? Maybe? There we go. Greater two-weapon fighting. Ah, level 11. Okay, there we go. Yep. She has plenty of dex. Wait, improved is the middle one. That's why. Where is it? Okay, she gets that next level. Perfect. Perfect. You get a second attack with your offhand weapon at a -5 penalty. Yep. Same as the usual. Okay. So if that's the case, let's go with... She's going to get weapon training this level as well, which should help. Let's see. Volley throw anything. +1 circumstance bonus on attack rolls made with thrown splash weapons. No, that doesn't help. You've trained hard to work in ranks to train arrows down your foes. You gain a +1 bonus on attack rolls for each ally with this feat who made a ranged attack since the end of your last turn against a target within 15 feet of your target to a maximum of 4. No, that doesn't really... We don't have an entire party made up of archers, so that's not really that good. So yeah, I think that's probably going to be her best bet. Either point blank master or rapid shot. Oh, but rapid shot is needed to grab snapshot and many shot. Okay, yeah, we'll go with rapid shot. And then weapon training with thrown weapons. Gains a +1 bonus on attack and damage rolls with all thrown weapons. Thank you.
Where
So
do you
her
want me?
stuff, yes, she gets 3 attacks all at +11. And that's with rapid shot on. Hold on, wait for it to turn off. There we go. So yeah, she can get 2 attack. Why does her accuracy not? Oh, it probably doesn't calculate until you actually throw. So she can get 2 attacks at
I'll
+11
prove I am the
or
best.
3 attacks at +9. That's pretty good. And she does have deadly aim, so we can... Yeah, Wendewalk's pretty uncomplicated. She just throws shit until it dies. Level 5 Eldritch Scoundrel. Mobility, trickery, stealth, perception, use magic device. Do we go with dagger? Daggers are a little limited in terms of what they actually can give you is the problem. Maybe deceitful to just buff up his trickery a bit more. That probably isn't a bad idea. Fate. Make a persuade out. He doesn't have persuasion, so that's useless for him. You become proficient with all martial weapons. Oh, I do think I need that for the build that right, because you need that for Eldritch Knight, which is what I want to take him down. I do believe that's all he's missing. Yes, ability to cast arcane spells at 3rd level and martial weapons proficiency. Because I like the idea of Eldritch Scoundrel to Eldritch Knight. Like, it just feels like it fits for him. Especially if we're going to be pushing him down the human path. Where if we were going down demon path, I would probably keep him pure Eldritch Scoundrel and just keep him down more of the assassination. But yes, let's go with that. Let's go with... So he's not going to learn... Okay, so he will learn 3rd level spells here, so we do kind of need to grab it now. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to grab that. So where is that? Martial weapons training. Where is it? There we go. Martial weapons proficiency. And then blindness, bone shaker, bull strength, burning arc, man of dead. Anything with a difficulty class is not a good idea for him because he's just not going to be able to match raw pure casters. So we want support spells. Glitter dust is always a good choice. And then see invisibility. Yeah, that'll be good. And And lastly, Darren. Let's go ahead and grab your Knowledge Arcana, Knowledge World, your Use Magic Device. What does he actually... Trying to remember what his... No alternate racial trait, emissary, atheism. I don't remember what he gets. Right. He mainly gets healing spells right now. There's not really anything that pushes healing, unfortunately. We could use meta magic on him. Selective spell, reach spell, quicken spell, piercing spell, persistent spell. Persistent spell's not a bad idea. Maximize spell. That's also not a bad idea. Well, no, it's a +3 right now. It's not. Never mind. Extend. That's double the duration. Empower. Bolster. Spells now deal 2 more points of damage per dice roll to all targets. Additionally, all enemies in 5 feet of the spell targets are dealt 2 damage per dice rolled in the original spell. Nice, but not really good for him, unfortunately. Precise strike, shield focus, spell penetration might be a good idea, actually. He's kind of just doing support abilities right now, but he's going to get higher level spells eventually. So let's get that set up. Level 1. The next single attack made against you takes a -10 penalty. That's nice and all. Unbreakable Heart. That's probably a good idea, because fear effects can be a pain in the ass. Remove Fear is the better choice initially, though, because it's an AoE. Well, wait, they're both morale effects. Wait, then what's the point? Does not affect mind-affecting spells, such as Good Hope or Inspire Courage. A creature can still be magically controlled by a dominate person, but however, this creature will try to throw off the domination, making 2 will saves each round and taking a better result. Okay, so Unbreakable Heart also has some benefit against mind control spells, which is why it also has a shorter duration. But for right now... Or maybe Command. That would actually give him some usefulness at level 1. Hold on. Command, will save to negate. You give a single command. Approach. The creature may do nothing but move during its turn, provokes attack of opportunity as normal. On its turn, the subject falls to the ground, remains prone for 1 round. That's probably the best choice. Yes. If the subject cannot carry out your commands on the next turn, the spell automatically fails. We'll still try it. So let's grab command. And then level 2, let's go ahead and grab protection from alignment communal. That's always a nice little bonus. Well, deflection bonus, though, is actually not that good, now that I think about it. +2 resistance bonus on saves. That is better, though. But it's resistance, but it's resistance bonus, which means the second that we get cloaks of resistance, that's going to be useless. No. Delay poison might be a good idea. We did see how poison was a pain in the ass last time. Minute per level. Bone Shaker. Mortal Terror. Hold on. You imbue the target with an exaggerated sense of its own mortality and drive for self-preservation. The target is shaken, and then the first time each round the target takes damage, including the first round of the spell's duration, must make another will save, or its fear level increases from 1 step, from shaken to frightened. Okay. Because, hold on, shakened... -2 penalty on attack rolls, saving throw, skill checks, and ability checks. Frightened... And, okay, so it's all the same debuffs, but it also causes them to flee. The target fails a saving throw against this effect while frightened, it becomes transfixed in terror and is unconscious for the remainder of the spell's duration. If the target succeeds at the initial will save, it is shaken for 1 round, but its fear level cannot be further increased by the spell effect during the round. Okay, fair enough. That's not the best. Remove paralysis might be a good idea. Resist energy might be a good idea. Create a burst of tremendous cacophony. Every creature in the area takes 1d8 points of sonic damage and must succeed at a fortitude save to avoid being stunned for 1 round. It's not really worth the second spell slot, I don't think. Again, I might have to respec him later once I'm fully sure what I want his build to be, but for right now... That also doesn't work against demons, does it? Let's go with resist energy. Let's go with resist energy. There we go. All right, everybody's leveled up. And what did you drop? Hey, is that? Yes, lesser kinetic diadem. Increases damage dealt by kinesis energy blast by 1d6 and by simple physical blast by 1d6 plus 1. Composite energy blast deal an additional 2d6. Nice. He also got the unbending armor. This +1 studded leather armor grants the wearer a DR3 of piercing. And nothing else of any real value, I'm guessing. Yep, great clubs, hide armor, clubs. Let's take it all. And we're over encumbered. Of course we are. I will take that. Thank you very much. Free piercing. You acquired this, yep, +1. So I think that is better than mine, but it's also got a max dexterity of 5. Would that be better on, that would be better on her. So I'm going to give her that. That gets her AC. It will be 25 once we get rid of the fatigued effect.
Rely on me.
Okay. You get everything?
Beg me to stop.
Yes.
Can't make the demons wait.
Anything else in here? Some basic supplies, some more basic supplies. So, interesting he didn't drop his sword, because his sword is clearly glowing.
Beautiful.
I thought it was, oh no, it was probably his kinetic blade. Right, it wasn't an actual sword, it was his kinetic blade that he caught. Okay, so I think we're safe to rest in here. There we go. Protective rituals will weaken the growth of corruption, but they will not be able to fully negate it. Oh, Sela has a... Right. I have to keep forgetting to check people's spell slots when they level up. All right. Veil of Heaven. Let's also grab Veil of Positive Energy. So she's got 2 different choices here. Amelia. Oh, God. I have not stacked anything for you. Let's go with Bark Skin to support your melee options. Spirit magic slot. What spirit? Oh, she has to take full strength. Oh, that's kind of annoying. What else is good for her? Winter's Grasp is a cold spell. Restoration Lesser. Protection from Alignment Communal. You can take care of that rather than wasting slots on Darren. Resist Energy Communal. That's also nice. What else do you have at level 3? Cure Serious Wounds. Stinking Cloud. Maybe? Mud, remove blindness, delay poison communal, call lightning, and once per round thereafter you may call down a 6-foot wide, 30-foot long vertical bolt of lightning that deals 3d6 points of damage. In a vertical stroke at whatever target point you choose within the spell's range. That actually sounds great. And you also get magical vestment, which improves your armor. Nice. Windowog doesn't have anything. Sela, you only have level 1 spells, right? Yes. Well, Jeff, let's get you... You have grease. You have color spray. You have mage armor. Let's go ahead and throw a shield on you so you can really assist on the front lines as needed. Let's go ahead and grab you a glitter dust. You just need to rest to get yours. All right. Now let's rest, please. Thank you. All right. Protective rituals. I'll take care of that. Camouflage, Woljif. And let me see here. Sela and Darren will take care of creating a hearty meal. What else do we have? Ooh, +1 cooking bonus for all saving throws for a day. +11 DC of 17. Ugh. Never mind. Go for just go for the hearty meal. Just go for the hearty meal. And Night Watch. Go ahead and just put Wendua on the first one and Camellia on the second. There we go. Begin resting. Oh, they say your old pops dies out of the blue, right? How are you going to prove that you're his daughter? Any guy off the street could show up and say he's a Gorm too. Oh, he's talking to Camellia. That's a bad idea, Woljif. You shouldn't do that. Why are you so interested, I wonder? Are you planning some kind of scheme? He's Woljif, Camellia. He's always planning a scheme, but so are you, so... Good. No chance of attack. Impact of corruption weakened. We only have a little bit of corruption, so we should be fine. Oh. Sometimes a long-awaited rest does not bring the desired relief. What comes is a heavy, clinging sleep on the edge of wakefulness, where consciousness seems poised between reality and oblivion. The possible reasons for such a disturbed slumber are myriad: strained nerves, perhaps, or a lingering reaction to trauma. Savan emerges from the oblivion of his leaden sleep like a drowned man dragging himself from the depths of a swamp. The wound on his chest is burning with someone pressing an invisible brand to it. The wound is closed again, but the bloodstain on his shirt betrays its presence beneath. Huh. Suddenly the undershirt on my character's robes being red makes a lot more sense, not just for the fire motif. There's no time to investigate the cause behind this malaise. A trying day lies ahead, but how will Savan be up to the challenge if his thoughts are so muddled and his entire body aches like after a day's toil? Nonsense. I'll douse myself in cold water and be good to go. As if a veteran adventurer could be frightened by a bad dream. A splash of cold water enlivens his senses and the weariness abates, retreating to the depths of his subconscious but leaving the path open to return the next time he seeks refuge in sleep. He recalls that he slept peacefully in the defender's heart. Perhaps a priest can explain what's happened. Right, corruption and nightmares. Nightmares and corruption prevent you from resting. Corruption increases during rest at different rates in different areas. When your corruption reaches the first, second, or third level, various negative effects are applied. There are 3 corruption levels in total. The higher the level, the more difficult it becomes to fight your battles. A character who's assigned to the protective rituals role performs these rituals before the party goes to sleep, which will reduce the corruption gain. You can fully remove corruption in safe places. You will discover these areas of respite as you progress through the game. In some locations, you come across various holy artifacts, which will cleanse them, or interacting with them will allow you to partially remove your corruption level. Sweet. All right, let's get out of here. We have one final location to clear out, and then we will be good to go. Save. That's the last of my gamer subs. Need water later. All right, let's go pick up this. Thank you for the supplies. And now the Tower of Astra. Our last major target to clear out.
Here we go.
Because even though we were told to only scout, we're not going to do that.
Penabras burns. A city that should never have fallen. Fate shows no mercy.
Clouds may veil the stars, but nothing can hide the light of the soul, and we see this light in you. We will stand shoulder to shoulder with you against evil. I hear the echo of a familiar voice. I feel the warmth of a kindred flame. My brother, we will help you.
Nice. And we get the angelic aspect for the next 30 minutes. Which is nice because the upcoming combat encounter, if I recall correctly, is actually above your level for this point. Gain resistance to acid and cold 10, damage resistance 5 versus evil, +2 deflection bonus to AC, +2 resistance bonus on saves against attacks made by evil creatures. Your natural weapons and any weapons you wield are considered good aligned for the purposes of overcoming damage reduction. Which is good. But yes, those were the visions of Elendra, Yaniel, Targona, and the vision of the Herald.
I can handle it.
Let's see here. Yaniel by the Fountain. The picture was presumably painted from life over the summer of 4637, 1 year before Yaniel's heroic death during the Battle of Dresden. More details in the Museum Almanac. Farewell to Sarkoris. Eliandra, the legendary priestess of Pelura, watches the city of Iz crumble into the freshly opened world wound. More details in the Almanac. Crusader Queen, a copy of the famous embossed bas-relief originally created by Master Derek Sunhammer. Young Queen Galfrey is portrayed personally leading her crusaders into battle on the 1st of Abadius 4624 during the First Crusade. And none will escape my all-seeing eye. Inquisitor Holrun fights a shadow demon that he has exorcised from a soldier's body.
Can't make the demons wait.
There's also some more over here. Seat of Grief, a view of the infamous Heaven's Edge estate. This is the place where most of the Mendevian aristocratic society all at once fell prey to a supernatural plague unleashed by demons. Among the cloudy colossi, 2 angels, Targona and Lariel, are chasing and fighting a deadly Verlikai demon in the air several miles above the world wound. And here we stand and will not take a step back. The hand of the inheritor, Herald of Iomedes, depicted placing the first wardstone among the fortifications of Penabras. Oh, there's one more over here. A World Long Gone, a thematic collection of various artists' works on the everyday life of Sarkoris before the opening of the World Wound. More details in the museum.
Beautiful.
I don't think we can actually talk to any of them. Yeah, they just repeat their lines.
Whoever you are, keep quiet. There's a horde of enemies just beyond this door. Come over here.
There's a handy way up nearby.
Let's see what we can do.
Right. And here is Greybor. Hello.
Keep quiet. This is the best part. Get it together, you idiots. No more looting. We are to sit here and wait for the order to attack the defender's heart.
Gonna pull up the next dialogue.
It is the last bastion of their resistance. We'll flatten them and claim our victory. To the abyss with the Crusaders and the defender's heart. Kylus, the city is ours. Let's enjoy the spoils. Start splitting into groups. I'll tell you where to go and what to bring back. Faxon, you idiot. Go back to Baphomet. He must be missing his lapdog. Everyone here will follow my orders. I'm in charge. We won't submit to you, you descarate bitch. Keep out of this, Kylus, or I'll curse all your extremities to wither and drop off. Now, the rest of you, listen to me. What we're going to do is... Looking for a fight, Faxon? Well, you've got one.
I love how at first he's trying to be fair by fist fighting him, and then Faxon pulls out his mace. He's like, okay, fine, I'm pulling out my scythe then.
Had enough, worm? I'm in charge. No looting, slaughter only. We're going to sit here and wait for the command to attack, and then the defender's heart will fall.
I'd stay away from there right now. The tower is the main stronghold of the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth and their allies. Going up against that many of them would be suicide. I have a better idea.
The grim-faced dwarf with a thick head of black hair holds a finger to his lips before pointing at the enemy and whispering to you.
If the demons and their mortal agents were better organized, the Crusaders would have been crushed long before now. But they're always trying to spread in every direction. Right now, in every corner of the city, there are demons like Kylus who are trying to consolidate their forces to launch a joint attack on the defender's heart.
And what do you suggest?
Don't even think about trying to take them all on single-handed. You'll be mincemeat. Better to warn the Crusaders and the defender's heart that the demons are planning to attack. And later, once the attackers have been taken care of, it'll be much easier to sweep through this tower and eliminate the defenders left behind.
Like when dueling with rapiers. One doesn't lunge, but waits for the opponent to strike and leave themselves open.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Greybor's eyebrows do shoot up slightly, as though he wasn't expecting to hear such words from the delicate young lady like Familia, but he nods anyway.
Or like in cards, wait for your opponent to play his hand, and then dive under the table, grab the pot, and run.
Well, thank you for the advice, sir, though we might take a different choice. Who are you, by the way?
Greybor. I'm a contract killer who's been hired to kill that demon that just walloped that other one. I've tracked him all the way here, and was planning to kill him when that crowd showed up, so I had to pull back.
So, there are people who only hunt demons. And demons think they are the superior predators.
Wendoa looks at the dwarf with a great deal of respect.
They think so. Their overconfidence will be their downfall.
Catching Wendoag's eye, Greybor gives her a short nod, like an equal. Who hired you?
I'm afraid that's confidential. As a professional, I'm obliged to keep my client's name a secret.
Well, we could attack them together.
I have no desire to die today. If you choose to go in there, I'll take advantage of the opportunity, of course. I'll kill Kylus and get back here as quickly as I can. I'm not going to fight any of the others. I don't work for free.
The city is burning. People are dying. And you're thinking about how to fill your pockets?
He's the boring one. He pretty much is. Like, I remember him having a few good one-liners and stuff. Like, he's got good quips, but overall, he's just kind of there. Like, he is an interesting concept, a dwarven assassin with a very, like, pragmatic mindset. Like, his whole thing is always looking at things very pragmatically, materialistically. It's an interesting idea. They just don't really go anywhere with it.
Yes. So what? Listen here, girl. If you're so eager to save someone, go and do it. And don't waste your breath preaching at me.
I do remember when I first played this section of the game, I did bring Ember here originally, And that's one of the only things that gets his notice is Ember perks up at one point in this, and he's immediately like, what in the hell are you doing bringing a child into a war zone? Like, it's like the one sore spot for him is like seeing kids in fights. Like, he does not like it. Sent some facts in art in Discord. We couldn't get over how slutty he was dressed. So our DM rolled with it and made him a total man whore. I killed him then when I couldn't interrogate him. DM brought him back as a mythic vampire for a fight later on. Gotta love alternate character interpretations.
I hope you act wisely.
Oh, I will. We can't let this huge group of enemies get involved in our fight, unfortunately. So, hold on. I vaguely recall how to deal with this. We need to set everybody to stealth. Oh.
I can handle it.
No. And then we need to...
Pretty good, aren't I?
There we go. I need everybody to set up here. Woljif, I need you to sneak around.
Might be trapped, might
So
be treasure.
Okay, this might be one area where I do a little save scum, because I know that there's 2 skill checks that make this fight way fucking easy. Way fucking easy. So first, we push the column. Boop.
Just don't blame me.
Athletics check failed. Oh, well, he only has a modifier of +1, so he has to roll a 12 or higher.
You ask me.
Come on, Woljif.
You ask me.
Put your back into it, man. There we go. There we go. 3 enemies down. The Crusaders. Crush them. Greyboar runs in, slits that man's throat. Because of the way the Frog of War works, the enemy doesn't know we're here. Woljif is still stealth. And we just... just creep along here. Let's move very carefully. So that was a third of their group wiped out. I think Faxon is the only one... Yes, level 7 Witch. Templar of the Ivory Labyrinth. Chaotic Evil Outsider. Dretch. Okay. So if we go up
My
here...
tail is twitching. Must be a sign. I can do this.
Please disarm the trap, Woljif.
This is my
Thank
kind
you.
of work.
And then we have Woljif come over here. The enemy is still very flummoxed. They can't figure out what happened. And then...
Pretty good.
We push this column, and that's another 2 of them down, and the Abercondilu has taken damage. Now, Woljif, I need you to come back this way. That leaves just... Let's see here. Yes, he only has 11 hit points. Faxon has 38. He's the main problem. He's the main issue right now. So I need you guys to move down this way. I think they're the only ones left. So if I... Let's go with extended range, and let's try to kill this Templar right away.
We're gonna rest after this fight.
Yep, and then there's the Discari Cultist and the other Templars. He's down. Good. All right, Faxon is up and running. Woljif, I want you to head after him. Camellia, you head after him. Wenduog, target the Discari Cultist. Give me Animate Lesser Dead. Let's get some cannon fodder in the mix. And I'm going to just start shooting the Discari Cultist. There we go. Don't let him fireball us. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. We should be able to get him. There we go. Sneak attack took him down. Perfect. Oh yeah, the skeletons did exactly what I needed. They just body blocked everything in our way.
Beautiful.
Perfect. How long does that last?
The world's not ending just
1 round per
yet.
level. Okay, they're going to disappear really quick. There we go. Demons purged from the Temple of Tower of Estrad. Masterwork Scythes. Faxon had a heavy mace of fire. Nice. 1d3 fire damage on hit. Okay. And unfortunately, Kylus didn't have anything special, which is a shame.
Let's see what we can do.
All right. We can grab this, which is pamphlet depicting a beautiful golem. Oh, this is about the golem that showed up at the Defender's Heart. Right. The Prestidigitator Golem is an artifact of the Aslanti culture from the golden age of their empire. Made by the clerics of Shellin, this magnificent magical construct has a number of highly specialized magical abilities, allowed to cast various illusions on its surroundings. Despite the great expense that went into its construction, this golem has no practical function. It was used solely to satisfy the aesthetic needs of the Aslanti. In keeping with Shellonite philosophy, these golems were designed to wander through the cities to improve the appearance of anything deemed insufficiently pleasing to the eye. True to its purpose, each prestidigitator golem was meticulously crafted without consideration for the cost of the required materials, and as a result, the modern-day cost of such a masterpiece would be truly astronomical. Sadly, most golems of this kind were destroyed in the same cataclysm that destroyed Old Aslan. This model was gifted to the Tower of Astrad Museum by the Temple of the Sunrise Chrysanthemum in Tianjia. Thank you.
Here we go.
Prestidigitator golem created by Shellonite Adepts, Aslanti Empire, Age of Legend. Alright. Let's also go back up here. We need to do the mobility check so we get
This
the
is my kind of work.
experience for that. Thank you. And then I don't know if
I can
does
handle it.
Greybor. I thought he stuck around to talk to you, but apparently not. That's weird. Oh, locked from the inside. Okay. That's weird. I could have sworn that he like sticks around to make a quip about the fact that you fucked up or that you decided to go after
Have
them.
I pleased you?
This is my kind
There
of
we
work.
go. Got all the experience for doing the skill checks. Let's unbar this door real fast, please. Thank you. But yeah, I could have sworn Greybor sticks around and talks to you after that, but I guess... Oh! The translucent silhouette of a winged female warrior glows softly. You brought us back to waking. Greetings. Who are you? Not who, what? We are memories. This place was crafted as a cradle of memory and fantasy. The things that belonged to the city's heroes were kept here. People used to come to this place to remember them, and myself and the others are living memories. You woke us, and so we are here. Oh, yes, I used to come here when the mood took me. The exhibits here are meager, no doubt, and cannot compete with the museums in the capital. But all the same, I find this place to be a calming refuge away from the bustling city. All these exhibits left me cold. Dusty glass cases, soporific history. Probably could have given them more of a chance had I known that I would meet people from our circle here. Oh no, dear Camellia, people like you and I come to these places only very rarely. This museum was my refuge away from the society of such people. It's an excellent spot for a nap. And I thought it was only my kid who arranged stupid displays. Heroes, relics, ridiculous. Who needs the scrap metal left behind by people dumb enough to die? Who wants to admire collections of failures and defeat? I would come here if I could find someone to murder. That's exactly what Camellia meant. Your memories of who? Of the heroes that this city wanted to immortalize. Touch the memory, see how it remembered us. The place was created so that our names would never disappear into the mists of history. I wish I could say that we've not dishonored that, but Canabras lies in ruins, and you fearlessly battle the invaders with no thought to yourselves. If you have earned no censure. We are proud of you. Right, in the olden days, mortal kind lost to the demons time after time after time. And now their descendants are continuing the losing streak. How could they not be proud of that? Why did you choose to help? A soft smile plays on the woman's face. I sensed something in you. You are close to me somehow, like we once stood shoulder to shoulder in the face of evil, and I feel we will do so again. I sense the light that dwells within you. Very recently, you were threatened by a powerful demon. A dark bloodlust tried to enslave you, but you opposed it and held fast. Continue to follow the path of light, and other righteous souls will aid you and follow you. Thank you. Farewell. The power that gives us the semblance of life is running out, and soon we will again be but memories, living only in words, pictures, and song. Yeah, I could have sworn Greybor stuck around, but he doesn't. Huh. Oh well. We'll meet him again later. We're not done exploring this place yet. I don't think there was anything else. Maybe? Possible. Nope, no
Here we
perception
go.
checks, no nothing. Alright. Into the basement.
I can handle it.
And this dipshit. A pale and frightened half-elf looks at you warily. His face is twisted into a grimace like he just ate something slimy. Eh? Who are you? Praise Baphomet. What are you doing here? Did Faxon send you down? I heard a noise outside, but I was busy making a list of the relics like he asked. Did something happen? Who are you? I'm Telmir, scribe, senior aide to Lord Xanthir, the Plagued One. Do forgive me, but Faxon has been assigned to his command.
to this command. Has he not? Where is he? Xanther Vang, known as the Plagued One, is a prominent figure within the ranks of the cultists, yet he is shrouded in mystery. Not much is known about him apart from the terror he instills in his minions. What are you doing out here? Oh, I'm compiling a list of the valuable Crusader artifacts. Lord Xanther ordered that everything of use should be transported from Cadabras and saved from the looting and destruction. We chose the museum as a place to collect and sort through everything. Unfortunately, the local thieves proved to be quicker off the mark than our demons. They ransacked the museum within hours of the assault. There are some objects of interest among the exhibits that were left behind, but the museum custodian's been kind enough to advise me on those. Again, where is Faxon? Woljif sniggers. Finest thieves in Mendev, turn your back and everything that isn't nailed to the floor will be gone when you turn around again. The demons have no chance against us. Masters of our trade we are. Wendowog looks at Woljif in surprise. That is actually slightly impressive. Not very, but still. There you go, bragging again, dummy. Thieving has never led anyone to anything but harm, trust me. You fought the way you thieve, now that might be useful. Hey, no thanks. Every person has their calling, this is mine. Now imagine if you fought as well as we thieve. Where is the custodian? Oh, he's over in the gallery. I deceived him, told him I was a crusader. It really wasn't difficult. The old geezer's out of his mind. But seriously, where is Faxon? How about you clear out before I kill you? The half-elf pitches forward, grabs his bag, and leaps away from you. Oh shit, you're lying. You want me to turn away so you can strike me in the back and take the papers that have been entrusted to me. The half-elf leaps back nimbly, pulling a sheaf of papers from his bag as he goes. I have valuable letters from Lord Xanther. I must destroy them. The cultist balls the pages up in his fist and then shoves the entire thing into his mouth and begins furiously chewing like a hamster. A moment later, the half-elf's eyes bulge as he opens his mouth, which is stuffed with masticated paper. He tries to cough, but nothing comes out. The failed saboteur looks at you in desperation. His eyes are streaming, his face is growing paler by the second. He falls to his knees. A strangled wheeze emerges from behind the wad of wet paper. His expression veers from the hilarious to the grotesque as he desperately signals to you for help. Wenduog, watching the half-elf suffering, snorts and bursts into brazen laughter. Help the poor wretch. I don't care if those pages contain the innermost secrets of Baphomet himself. I'm not touching them. I love that we do it by punching him in the stomach. The cultist coughs violently, and then after taking a trembling breath, leaps up and takes off running. He disappears, leaving you with a wad of correspondence that is much the worse for wear. A wad of crumpled paper with visible bite marks and traces of saliva. The writing is blurred and indistinct. Most of the words are completely ineligible, but some fragments are still intact. Carefully pack up all the relics and valuable magical items and hand them over to the same courier that brought you my potions. Later, I may carve out some time away from my research to sift through the detritus you managed to steal from the Crusaders. I might as well not bother, since your finds will almost certainly be of no use to me, unless I find myself in dire need of paperweights. Still, this mission keeps you occupied and gives me an invaluable opportunity to work without you sticking your nose into my experiments. I am once again reminded you that it is absolutely essential to store the potions in a safe place sealed with a corresponding protective rune. Should these safety measures not be taken, the demons will drink all of your stash dry in no time at all, and your master will order me to spend 3 more days at the cauldron making a new batch. Believe it or not, I have many other important things to attend to. Should I discover that the potions have mysteriously disappeared, I will not try to look for the culprit. I will simply punish the person who let it happen. The person who failed to secure them properly, the punishment will be painful, brutal, and utterly inhumane. Remember this. Good luck with conquering whatever it is you're conquering out there. Xanther Vang. I do think we actually have to open it from the inventory, if I recall correctly, to make sure that the game acknowledges that you read it. And there we go. Potion of Enlarged Person, Potion of Blur, and a Potion of Major. Thank you. Let's include in here. What was that? Almanac of the Tower of Estrad. Lariel chasing a deadly Vrolkai demon. It's just expanding on the artwork we saw above. So, not exactly the Helmet of Skrokia. Prayer Lictor of the Order of the Gate, first of the Hell Knights to serve as a Crusader. The Wand of Zacharias. That will be interesting for later. The famous mage Zacharias, who made his name during the heroic and tragic siege of the Lost Chapel. As the fortress's warden, he sent his apprentices to break the siege in order to save the priests who served the chapel's many gods. Zacharias himself refused to leave the fortress, however, and is believed to have perished in the final onslaught. Popular legend says that the spirit of this brave hero still haunts the ruins of the chapel, waiting for a worthy crusader to bring back his wand and plead for aid in the darkest of times. This item was donated to the museum by the apprentice, the mage Teldon. Brendalev's Claw. We regret to inform you the bulk of the Third Crusade exhibit is currently not available for viewing. It has been moved to the museum storeroom for restoration and cleaning. Please accept our sincerest apologies.
A bright future awaits us.
What we got? A book. Angels. Yes, we know.
Can't make the demons wait.
Yeah, they ran off with most of it. Yep, the copper vessel of Aurelius, priest of Iomade, the helmet of Bathias Skorokia, paralictor of the Order of the Gate, wand of the famous mage Zacharias, and the claw of Terendelev, all taken by a bunch of thieves. We will find them later. Let's see if we can pick the lock.
I hope you appreciate this.
Let's see what we can do.
Grab that, grab that. The Sarkorian faith, the Imperial Lord Palura, Mistress of Stars, and the mysterious light of the Aurora, is one of the most revered deities of old Sarkoris. Her worship was widespread among the Kelids, who built numerous shrines in honor of their patroness. The foremost of these shrines, considered particularly cherished and sacred, was located on the lakeshore surrounded by picturesque waterfalls known simply as Palura's Fall. Some maps, some basic loot. Ooh, a Lady Kalandra's chain shirt, a +2 mithril chain shirt. Which would actually... Ooh, but it is a max dexterity of 6. That's actually really nice. So best bet would be for that to go on Wenduog. She's going to need it, but... No, Camelia's a frontliner. It'd be better on her. The unbending armor is a +5, so for right now, that's not bad for Wenduog, because she still only has a +5. She does not have a +6. Go. And you can't wear armor right now. So. And that would put me over encumbered, unfortunately. Yeah, so studded leather's still the best I can do right now. Unfortunate. All right.
Here we go.
Where's that curate? I know he's down here somewhere.
I am helpful. Am I not?
Oh.
No, what is that?
Okay, hold on. Also, why has it been using Camelia's sword? Did she suddenly... He's got a 17 in trickery. He has a 16. Wait, what? Hearty meal, skill-focused trickery, courtier. Huh. Okay. I mean, okay. So that means if I... that off, go over to her, put that on... Yeah, now she has an 18. All right.
I'll watch your back.
That's fine by me.
What do we have here?
We're gonna need that because I do know that Wolja fucks off for a while, so let's get these traps.
I am helpful, am I not? I hope you appreciate this. I am helpful.
There we go.
Am I not?
Yes, you are, Camellia, and it's a good thing you are because otherwise you would be a psychotic bitch and we would kill you at the first opportunity.
I can handle it.
What have we got here? Yaniel, Paladin of Iomade, Lightbringer, Knight of the Castle of Dresden, Heroine of the Crusades, disobeyed orders leaving the garrison to venture deep into the war wound. 2 years later, she returned at the head of a squad she'd saved, would die in the fall of Dresden in 46th.
I am helpful, am I not?
Ooh, what is that? The entrapping longbow. Again, lots of longbows. Would be great if we had land, but we don't. Whenever this +1 composite longbow confirms a critical hit, all enemies into 10-foot areas must pass a DC 13 reflex saving throw or become entangled for 1 round. Not bad.
Make the
Not
demons
bad.
wait.
Unfortunately, it's on a critical hit, which is very unlikely. Almanac, we've already seen that. Some supplies. A Kukri, Grace of Peace, +2 damage against undead. And then a Falcata, an apprentice lockpick, and some glass.
Beautiful.
All right, but seriously, where the fuck is the curator back here? There he is. Oh, Teldon. He's the one who brought Zachariah's thingamajig. Wand. That was it. The old man looks around absent-mindedly and shrinks away as you get closer. His head seems to shake uncontrollably, but his hands are surprisingly deft and assured as they level a magic wand at you.
Stay back. It's here. Robber demon.
Hey, take it easy, Graham. So that's the way it is? You see horns and you think a thief or a demon? Just quit scaring the old man, dummy. Have you seen your horns? They, how should I put this, don't exactly inspire trust in a city that's overrun with demons. That is surprisingly bigoted of you, Sela, but I take your point. Not gonna hurt you. The old man goggles at you in terror, but he doesn't lower the wand. A rustling comes from somewhere behind him, rats. The old man wheels around fearfully and peers in the direction the sound came from. The hand holding the wand gradually falls to his side, and when he turns back to you, there's no fear in his expression, only vague confusion.
You, sorry, it was distracted? What were we talking about?
Who are you? The old man lowers his wand once more.
I think
His expression grows distraught and mournful, as if he's on the verge of crying.
I forget.
His gaze falls on a piece of cloth carefully stitched to his cloak, which reads Teldon, Tower of Estrad Museum Custodian.
Ah, I'm Teldon, custodian. My memory isn't what it used to be. My faculties failing me, but once my mind would cut like a diamond. I was a battle mage, one of the few who survived the Battle of the Lost Chapel. But now I'm an old man, and sometimes I set my keys down one moment, and the next I can't remember where I put them.
With a pleased smile, the old man pulls a hefty set of keys from his pocket and proudly shows them to you.
Here they are, my little lovelies. I would never give you away to anyone.
Remembering himself, he hastily stows the keys back in his pocket. The Lost Chapel. Oh, this old fellow was there. That his mind was damaged isn't surprising. What's surprising is the old codger can still speak. In the entire history of the Crusades, they aren't exactly uplifting. This is one of the bloodiest chapters. Some time ago, I wanted to know what became of the abandoned fortifications and the estates they all left behind. Read through the accounts of the Lost Chapel's veterans. Oh, that was a bloodbath. What are the keys for?
Oh, the keys are for everything. I can open every door in the tower with these. The museum custodian on duty must always carry the key at all times and never be parted from them. Not even for a second. Why is that? Because if the keys are left unattended, they would be pinched by thieves, wouldn't they? Yes, thieves who would strip the museum of its treasures.
What are y'all looking at me for? Woljif exclaims indignantly, even though no one is looking at him. Would you be willing to give me the keys, old man?
Out of the question! According to museum protocol, the custodian does not have the right to hand over the keys to another. I am personally responsible for the safety of the exhibits and the storeroom.
The museum holds things that could help in the fight against the demons. Please, sir. Finally, one of my diplomacy checks actually worked. Biting his lip, the old man holds the keys to you.
All right, I'm just... Take what will help you, please, and defend our city.
Why did the demons spare you? The custodian looks at you in stark surprise.
Demons? There are no demons in this museum. I heard them breaking into the tower, but then it all went quiet. And then a very polite young fellow came down, a half-elf. He said Canabras was under attack, but the Crusaders had recaptured the tower, and he'd been sent to oversee the evacuation of the museum. He was very pleased to find me here, and I've proved most very useful resource. I showed him where all the most valuable relics and explained what they were, and we wrapped them up and labeled them, and he carried them off. And I've been here all this time, and I locked the doors and stood guard, and no demons have gotten in. But I've seen not a one. Haven't heard any either. I've grown a bit hard of hearing over the years.
Wendog wrinkles her nose in disgust.
Maybe the short lifespans of my people aren't as much of a curse as I thought. At least we never lived long enough to turn into something so pathetic.
That half-elf was a demon worshipper, old man. The man frowns in confusion.
What? Demon worshipper? That fine young lad, so well-dressed, so polite, but the Crusaders... My word, the relics. We must go after them.
The old man works himself into a state, bitterly lamenting as he roots through his pockets. The outburst doesn't last long. The motion of his hand slows and awareness fades from his eyes. He stares off into the distance before finally looking back to you, wetting his lips, and then inquiring,
I'm sorry. Did you say something?
What happened here? The old man burst into agitated muttering, gesticulating furiously with his hands.
First, the bell rang. Then there was noises in the street. Then I heard the dragon, Lady Terendelev, roar. I went to lock the door, but the damnable thieves were already inside. 7 of them, or maybe 10, I don't remember. They were talking some rubbish about how they were all orphans, supposedly, and that they were dangerous. They grabbed me and wouldn't let me go, and then they looted it. Looted everything. They took anything with even a lick of gold on it. The relics. The museum boasts a very extensive collection. And worst of all, they took my wand. And when they were done, they tossed me aside like a piece of old junk. They didn't even bother to kill me.
The museum custodian looks at you with an affront and anguish in his eyes. What wand did they steal?
The wand of Zacharias, my master, a great man. hero of the defense of the last chapel. And those scoundrels took his wand, a relic. There are ballads sung about that man, and they're just damned thieves. Master Zacharias will return, and he will assemble all of us, his students, and we will show them. Yes, I'll show them what a battle mage Teldon is made of.
Fury sparks in the old man's eyes. His spine straightens, and in a fluid motion, he raises his wand hand at the ready. But a howl of rage from outside in the streets frightens the ghosts of the past. The old man turns around and looks at you in befuddlement.
You were asking me about something? I forgot what it was.
Do you know where these robbers went? The old man throws up his hands.
I haven't the foggiest. The thieves, they know all the out-of-way places where they won't be found. That's where they are if they're still alive, but they won't be in the city. Yes, I heard them talking about how they needed to get out of Canabras before the demons wiped them out.
Are you sure you're all right? Yeah, things like this make me uncomfortable. Dementia is such a cruel thing. Can't be cured fast enough. Yep. I can deal with physical ailments. I cannot deal with mental ailments. That's... I'm going to take a quote from Gus Fring, from the guy who voiced Simmons from Rooster Teeth, which is, if something starts happening to my brain, my retirement policy is a revolver. In Minecraft, Twitch. Don't ban me. The poor old man smiles piteously and makes a helpless gesture.
Old age, my young friend, old age and the poison of fear seeping into the mind. Both turned me from a crusader and a battle mage into the sorry specimen you see before you. This museum is all that I have. Whenever I forget who and where I am, I read the exhibit labels. They are of the past, like me. Now some ruffians have ransacked this place. I'm frightened. I'm very frightened.
Physical ailments can be dealt with, resting in a chair, enjoying a song, watching a movie. A mental one, yeah. What can you tell me about the museum exhibits? The old man seems to come to life.
Oh, it would take a lifetime to tell you all that there is, but I'll take you on a quick tour of the highlights, my personal favorites. Yes, you should have a look. You won't regret it. We have paintings depicting the angels fighting the demons. You may find it hard to believe, but in the First Crusade, many heavenly beings fought shoulder to shoulder with the Crusaders. The two in the paintings are Targona and Lariel, the Silver Twins, as they were called. I actually met them once, when I was a very young man studying under Master Zacharias. They had no airs or grace about them. No, they walked among the mortals. They spoke to us. They healed wounds. Lady Targona, I remember especially well. She had an unearthly wisdom to her. And the angel Lariel, on the other hand, was known for his daring. The youngest Crusaders idolized him. I wonder where they are now. The twins. We don't have the celestial beings in our ranks anymore. They all left during the Second Crusade. On a very important mission, they said. Oh, but I do love seeing that painting. Remembering the days when the envoys of heaven walked among us, when the light shined from within them.
The old man wipes his eyes.
What was I saying? Messenger? No, a visitor?
What did happen? You'll see. You'll see. I vaguely remember this plot point. I do know it's related to this portion of the game.
Why did those times end? Why do the Celestials not fight with us still? Heaven has not abandoned us, surely. They don't want to help, fine. There's no need. Relying on the help of others is a weakness. We'll win on our own.
You said that the angels Targona and Lariel are twins, but angels don't... How do angels have siblings?
A good question. Angels are not born like mortals. They don't have a father and a mother or brothers and sisters as we understand. No. Angels come into being from reincarnated souls or from the pure essence of the upper planes. Sometimes angels may adopt features of mortals. For instance, they identify as male or female, though even that is not generally their way. But some of them also develop bonds of camaraderie and kinship. But the case of the Silver Twins is rarer still. They are two angels who emerged from one soul. What else could they call themselves if not twins?
Do Asimar come through the same thing, or is the Heavens less physical in it? They have both. It depends on... Usually, so Lord Brownbear can correct me on this if I'm wrong, as I turned out to be with the Tiefling thing. As far as I'm aware, angels prefer blessing bloodlines, which can then result in Asimars emerging over time, whereas Azada, being the chaotic good side of thing, do occasionally do full-on dalliances with mortals. And I don't know what the neutral good version of either of those are. So again, Lord Brownbear might have to correct me on that. You should go to the Defender's Heart. There are good people there who can look after you. The custodian gives you a toothless smile.
Safe there? But how could I leave the museum?
His gaze falls upon the traces of the ransacking and he becomes lost in thought, as though trying to find an explanation for what he's seeing.
You know what happened here, right? Thieves prowling about, robbing the museum, but I stopped them. Those ne'er-do-wells came in here and I gave them a good dose of battle magic. They won't be back. Don't you worry about me. I may be old, but I can still hold my own.
Wenduog turns and in an undertone says, "We could put him down, Master. What if our enemies come here and he tells them about us? His mind is gone." The old man's bewildered gaze follows you as you go. Well, we're gonna grab what we can. I think we already have all the valuable stuff. Oh, you're an Asimar. Your family must have been blessed champions of righteousness. Nah, my grandma had a booty so thick in her youth that the clap of her cheeks gained the attention of an angelic warrior. Well, again, if it's that, it's more likely to be an Azada. It's more likely to be an Azada of Elysium than an angel of heaven. Because Asimar can come from both sides. Like, I think it even says... Because, like, Daeron is... Where is it? Where is it? It's in his fucking... No, where is it? Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, see? Muse touched. Azada blood. More likely, not necessarily. Yes, true. Yeah, the Muse touch epitomized freedom and joy and travel the world to liberate the less fortunate individuals. I think we chose Archon. Yeah, lawbringers are champions of justice and doling out punishment to the wicked, often believe chaos is the cause of suffering. So yeah, there can be a variety of sources for Asimar, just as there are a variety of sources for tieflings, both demonic and devilish. How would an angel flirt with a mortal? Probably pretty damn badly. I distinctly remember seeing some fan art of Wrath of the Righteous, which was the Herald of Iomedae, and someone's female player character being like, "I want to ride you," and the Herald just being like, "I don't understand a single word of what you just said." Apparently, he has big himbo energy, and some female players of the game really like him.
Let's see what we can do.
It's this guy, the Herald. When we eventually meet his real verb, because this is just a vision of him. This is just what he looks like.
Here we go.
All right, I do believe we're done here. I do believe we're done. Oh, inventory weight is too great. Shit. We are a bit overburdened, aren't we? All right, hold on. Sort by price and weight. Why is there a severed head in my inventory? When did I get a severed head? You acquired this item while exploring the Silken Thread Atelier. How? So either angels would have to rely on faith and devotion to easily access booty, or they would have to charm someone. No, more likely, the more likely thing given is that they would work alongside a mortal, and the mortal would be very in tune with the angel's particular style of lawful good. So it's more, it would be more like a workplace relationship. It would start more as a workplace relationship. Can I get rid of the severed head? It's 10 pounds, and I don't need that in my inventory. I don't think I do, at least. I can also drop the long spear, because that's worthless. The padded armor is worthless. The hide armor is worthless. The leather armor is mostly worthless. I need to drop another 61 pounds. So split that into 3. Drop those. Am I good to drop the head? Because I don't remember getting this. Decapitated head. The severing of the neck is unnaturally clean and looks like it was performed using magic. You have no idea how this terrifying remains ended up in your belongings. Okay. Drop the head? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right.
I can handle
I'll
it.
be back. I'll be back with that. Okay, so Drop the head, dubstep starts playing. So we've cleared out this. We've cleared out the area around here. There is still some stuff over here. I know the Potaxium Wine Cellar has a combat encounter in it. What do we want to do? The Tirabade residence? That'll take 8 hours to get to. Holy shit. Okay. It is also the 18th, which means I think the fight for the Defender's Heart can happen at any moment. Luckily, I believe the game usually gives you the option to... rest once before the fight actually starts. Buy a Scroll of Death Ward when you can. I mean, we'll see about that. Let's see if we can get to the Tirabade residence before the fight begins, because we don't have much time left anyways. Oh, god damn it.
Tear your throat out.
Oh, okay. Hello.
I'll cut you
block
wide
him.
open.
Oh, for the love of... Really? And he won the initiative roll too? Are you fucking shitting me? Yeah, he rolled a fucking 20... Why does he have a 8 modifier to his initiative? How? You are a level 3 alchemist, sir. Oh, mutagen dexterity. That would do it. That would do it. So yeah, his deck, he gets a +4 from that, and I'll bet you he has like improved initiative as a fucking... Yeah, he has improved initiative as a feat. Fuck you, you little piece of shit.
No match for me.
Woljiff,
Cover
go
me, all right?
stab him, please.
No glory without risk!
Aaron, there's literally nothing you can do. Just zap him. Ow.
I got this.
Well, at least he only got one off. Luckily, they do tend to drop. That's worth a little bit. Oh, Potion of Vanish. That'll be nice. And we're immediately overweight again. Alright, sort by price and weight. We need to drop 50 pounds. Let's start with that. Drop that. And then drop 3 of those. Yep, there we go. I'm now reminded of a discussion I had the other day on the Age of Wonders. Talked about how I wanted a Devilkin form for the game. People insisted that the Ogrekin was demonic enough that they shouldn't add Devilkin. I disagree because just like Elysians, I fully think they can go much further with a dedicated demonic chaos link. Imagine a form humanoid, maybe vaguely orcish, with a bunch of demonic and hellish customization options. Pentagram skin decorations, burning sigils on the forehead, multiple eyes, basin like horns. If they're gonna do that, then they may as well add like a demonic leader as well, I would think. Like a full-blown like demon lord. But the thing is, isn't there actually, there is a late game transformation that basically does that, isn't there? It's the actual like Devilkin or whatever transformation. It gives all your dudes like hellishly red skin and wings and shit. All right, well, we managed to get to the Tirabade residence, which I vaguely remember having a combat encounter here, I think.
Beautiful.
That. What we got? Oop. Don't see anybody.
Let's see what we can do.
Anybody home? Oh, we saw something. That.
Here we go.
There's nothing else down here. Oh.
Can we retreat?
Oh, shit. Okay. Entranced fighter. Okay. Is that all we've got to deal with?
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Really? First attack and he hits for... Why is she flat-footed? We started the fight. Also, he has a +13? What the shit? Strength +6.
I'm sorry? Oh, profane gift. Right. So he gets a bonus because he's been entranced by a succubus. Of course. Of course. Ow? What the shit? Just... Oh, there's a Vermlek in the back. Can we please kill these guys? And there's a Babao up in front, too. God damn it. Darren, move up and heal everybody, please. There we go. Melia, are you... Oh my god. Well... There we go. Okay, we punched through his front line. Everybody move in.
Kill is for you!
Okay. Regular long... Not even masterwork longswords. Regular longswords.
I can handle it.
This is getting us closer to... Yeah, we're not going to hit level 6, I think, until the very end of this act. Because now we've reached the point where it's going to take a while to level up.
Rules are made to be broken.
Alright, just AoE heal. We all need it. Give me another one. Sorry. Demonkin transformation adds wings and horns, but the argument that Elysians exist, essentially order angel-coded. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. And we also have Ancients, which is essentially an undead form baseline. For the record, Tieflings and Asmar can occur through direct transmission of fiendish and celestial energies directly. Yeah, there's always that option. Like, it does not have to be intercourse of any kind. But yeah. Yeah, but that's the boring way. All right, I'm okay. So there were entranced fighters outside. Boy, I wonder if there's a succubus here. Who did I give? There we go. Protection from evil, please. Where is it? There we go. Protection from evil. Sela, let's go ahead and give yourself Veil of Heaven, please. Abyssal energies especially are distressingly fecund. Yep.
Don't mind me.
I feel like Mirror Image or Glitter Dust might actually be good for him. But let's go ahead and throw on Mirror Image just so you can protect it.
I welcome your company.
Give me a bless. And I don't think Succubus use any energy attacks.
I feel like a chosen one.
Oh, la-di-da, Mr. Frenchman.
I will help
What's
where
on
I
your
can.
mind?
And then, if you'd be so kind, actually, go ahead and give, not that, full strength. Give that to Wendua. Thank you. Everybody's got protection from evil. We need to move before that gets used up.
Oh, skip the pleasant.
Daron, if you'd be so kind as to just put some undead over here, because I've got a feeling we're going to immediately have fucking hell.
Break against our resolve.
No, no, stop, Camellia. Go over here. Everybody else, turn off your AI. Stop it. Stop. Stop attacking. Stop it. I told you to stop. What are you doing? There we go. Wendua. Target. Okay, the succubus is... Where is it? The succubus is invisible. Give me glitter dust. Center it on her. There we go. Wendua, target this. Target her.
I hope you appreciate
Melia, wait. Let them come to us. Let them come to us. The undead are doing exactly what they're supposed to. Body blocking her. There we go. She's coming forward. Sela, move in. Roll. Nope. Wendua, keep focused. Roll Jiff, move in. Please move it. There we go. Who just got level drained? Who just got level drained? God damn it, Sela. I don't suppose anyone would like to hit her? Anybody? Give me Evil Eye. Reduce AC. There we go. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. Now we focus on the fighters.
Into the fray.
No match for me.
Time to
share your treasures.
Please. Please. Roll Jiff.
The inheritor.
Okay, you're just gonna do nothing. Fine. Alright, turn the AI back. There we go. That worked out well. We actually got lucky that the succubus went in front and basically stopped those guys from getting involved. Cloak of Disguise, which... +3 bonus to stealth skill checks and a Cloak of Resistance +1. Rapier +1. There we go. And some basic equipment. Okay, well, you're the best choice for that. Oh, I didn't even look at Storyteller Ring, +1 luck bonus on all saving throws against fire-based effects. Well, it doesn't really help, but it is thematic for me to wear that. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And where was that rapier? So this should be a straight upgrade. Should. So she goes from 11, 1 to 6 to 11, 2 to 7. Yep, good, 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 good.
Here we go.
All right.
I found something.
And there we go. The Crusades is seen by ordinary folk. Your best letter. Nevia, if you're reading this, know that I'm alive and I'm rallying the troops of survivors to rise to the city's defense. We're gonna go fight our way to the Defender's Heart Tavern, set up command there, and hold the line until help arrives, or if the goddess wills it, we'll launch an attack on the Great Garrison. Love you and trust that we will see each other again in this world, as well as 830 gold and 5 diamonds.
I can handle it.
Okay, so that's a problem.
Missed me already.
And I don't think he gets glitter dust. He also gets light halo. I forgot about that. Lesser restoration will not remove that. Unfortunately.
Can't make the demons wait.
We need to go get a scroll for it, basically. Alright, well, we can leave at least. Because I don't think... let's check down here, make sure that there's nothing we missed.
Beautiful.
Nope, looks like we're good. Alright, and then we need to figure out what we need to draw. Okay, we don't need that. That. Oh, there we go. Note on succubi. They are the first demons you likely learn about whose focus on destruction of the soul instead of destruction of the world or body. They are formed from the souls of people who cause sin in others by fermenting lust. I'm told in older editions they are measurably more dangerous. In Pathfinder, their dummy high charisma scores can make them very potent in any charisma using class. Yes, I am aware of that. Okay, so Topaz Solutions doesn't matter if we go there after the battle. Failed ritual site. I think that's just for some consumable items. So let's go over there. Collect those. And I think... yeah, we can make our way back to... yeah, nothing we do is going to get us leveled up. So we can deal with the rest of these after the battle. Oh. Okay, I mean, we're all tired, but we should be able to handle some basic enemies. All right, Mr. Spider.
Let's see what we can do.
You all alone? Wendua, please.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
There we go. Sela. Oh, I forgot to trigger AI back. Get up here and help Camellia.
Glory without risk.
Stab you or dab you? Why not both?
There we go.
Distract them from me.
There we go. Nice and simple. Oh, and we're over encumbered again. Fuck. Yeah, game. I'm working on it. I want to get rid of this stuff. Oh no, our fucking shit. That went down because we're all exhausted. Shit. Wait a second. Didn't I? Hold up. Didn't I grab something? Wasn't it the... what is it? The mercies or whatever she gets? I think is what it is. Hold on. Where is it? Yes, mercy, fatigue. Whenever the paladin uses lay on hand to heal the target is also no longer fatigued. Okay, so if we... there we go. This will at least get us back to the inn. There we go. Okay, I still need to drop equipment, but nowhere near as much as I needed to before. Very nice. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and drop these. Drop these. And I only need to drop 2 of these. There we go. Alright, Let's try to get back to the Defender's Heart, because we are also going to need to rest. Oh, my God. Okay, evade them, because otherwise I don't have... Yes, I know. We'll evade. Please, just evade. There we go. Ugh. Okay.
Can't make the demons wait.
Okay. First, let's go sell off this shit before I have an aneurysm over this. Oh. If you know, evade, like you're evading to hit the target. You did see that meme I sent you, or not really meme, but I saw somebody, posting it, the parry it thing, and I'm like, yes, when Renoir throws a building at you, Mayel in her loudest voice, parry it! Fucking hell. Now buy a couple scrolls of Death Ward, you're gonna need them, and Vasily's inventory changes after chapter 1. I'll get there. And it works. I know, that's the stupidest shit. If you know who's who in the city, can you tell me about Count Aronde?
I'll tell you. Why not? Everyone knows the story. You could say that I'm the one that found it in a way. The Arondes are a wealthy and ancient line of Mendev, hailing from the outlying areas of Canabras. That's where their family seat is, along with their ancestral lands. In the past, if Mendev was ever feuding with Sarkoris, or some clan from theirs was causing trouble, it was the Count and Countess Aronde who were the ones to defend the border with their soldiers. Their main residence was a place called Heaven's Edge. Still stands there to this day, just north of here on the road towards Dresden. No one lives there now. 10 years or so, there was a grand celebration held at the estate. Mother, a guardian of the current Count, invited the great and the good of the kingdom to celebrate his birthday. The whole of the Aronde clan was there, as well as many other related nobles. And then, without warning, demons struck. They couldn't ignore a perfect opportunity to cut down so many of Mendev's greatest dynasties in one fell swoop. There was even a chance that the queen herself would make an appearance. She was related to the count as well. When no news came from the estate, a whole troop of inquisitors was sent to investigate. They broke open the gates and discovered a manor full of corpses. They were all dead, Joran says sorrowfully. Servants, guards, guests, including some of Iomede's clerics and paladins. The demons had unleashed some kind of magical plague, terrifying and strange, the likes of which no one had seen before or since. And among all this carnage was a young Darren Aronde, the only survivor. The Count had a talent for divine magic even from his youth, healing magic in particular. That must be why he didn't die along with the rest. He couldn't explain how he survived the disease, and I saw him that day when they brought him to the city, pale, barely conscious of his surroundings. Oh, that's the story. Since then, Heaven's Edge has stood abandoned, sealed off to the outside world. People are still afraid to go near the place. It does also occur to me that that's probably also why Holrune has been running amok recently. Because from the sound of it, the Arondes are supposed to be in charge of the border with Sarkoris, which means their authority probably would have extended to Canabras' civil institutions. So they were probably the only people who were keeping a check on Holrune. And which means he was... So it's probably a case of Holrune was particularly bad before. The Arondes might have clamped down slightly on him so he got better by having oversight. And then after their death, he started ramping up his paranoia again. Oh, I need to sell shit to you. What am I doing? Bulk selling. You. Alright, what have we got here? We'll keep the longbows in case we need that on a backup. Nobody can really use gold iron, enchantment +1, finesse. Actually, I might... I don't think that counts. I'll see if that works on him. Turbo of Code is fine. No one can use the Heavy Mace of Fire, and the fire damage is 1d3, which means it's not going to do jack shit. So the Rapier, sell these, sell these. Thank you, thank you. Breastplate +1. Hold off on that. Those. Don't sell any of that. Don't sell any of that. Books. Sell all the books. Sell all the books. There we go. Another 6,000 gold. Very nice. I don't suppose you have anything I was looking at. Container, the Spike Defender, that's a spear. This +1 Frost Spear grants its wielder a +1 shield bonus to AC and deals an additional 1d3 damage. Alright. Longbow for Rastil, the merry-go-round, the Attrition Dagger. The Attrition Dagger could be good for Woljif. Because dealing Constitution damage does reduce the enemy's... I mean, it just straight up reduces their HP. That's not bad.
cannot lower the target's constitution ability before. So, yeah, so you can't just kill someone with it, which is a kind of shame. It would be kind of hilarious if you could. Christian Dagger, Pain Channeler, Light Mace of Severe Strike, Act with Sickle. Acid damage is worthless here. +1 holy damage. Butcher of the Undead. Roaring Hand Axe. Devastating Blow from Above. That's for mounted units. And nothing else really. Deceiving Facade. +1 Buckler receives a critical hit. They are effective with the Mirror Image spell for 2 rounds. That would be decent. That would be decent. Heavy Shield +1. That would be just a straightforward upgrade for her, wouldn't it? Yes, yes it would. Ah, fuck! I didn't realize Escape would take the whole thing off. Okay. Okay, good. Luckily we already did that, so we don't have to resell everything. Rugged Helmet, no. Boots of Elven Pine, not for 13,000. A +5 bonus on mobility checks is not worth 13,000 gold at this point in the game. No, no, no. I don't think really there's anything. I mean, the Heavy Shield would make the most sense. The Heavy Shield would make the most sense. It's fairly cheap. It gives her another +1 to AC. It allows her to tank better. Yeah, we can afford that. Quiver of Cold Iron Ammunition. This is all just random stuff that I've sold. Yep. Let's go with you. Let's go ahead and put that on. So that gets her to a 28. Nice. Also, we need to get her taken care of with that. So wait a second. If I go to you, and I go to you, and I go to you, changing, right? Wait, is this putting this on here, or is this... I'm not following how... The changing item, as in this is the item whose appearance gets changed, right? The transferring item. This is the item whose appearance is getting put on here, right? I feel like I should save before I do this in case I fuck this up. Yes, there we go. Cool, because that looks way better than the wooden shield that they give. Ronnie Tieflings, we can talk to them after this. What we need to do is go talk with... We need to go over to Vasily. Oh, I'm taking that... Oh, hi! Oh, that's new. Sup?
What in the name of the Green Mother's going on in this crazy town?
The ceiling gives way with a thundering crash, and a griffin lands on the floor of the tavern. In a flash, the creature transforms, and a huge red-bearded man now stands before you. Folding his arms, he casts a proprietary eye over the tavern, and in a deep, booming voice, speaks. Says the person flying through the ceiling, yeah.
Who's in charge here? You there in the armor? Or is it you, tavern keeper? Or maybe it's you, old-timer? Oh, you, I remember. You were in that ravaged fortress with all the books. You can explain all this to me.
I will say this, he sounds exactly what I imagined he would sound like. The man's nut-brown eyes bounce from Irabeth to Gemel, then to the storyteller before finally landing on you.
Well?
Ignoring the looks of astonishment, the man approaches you and looks dead in the eye. Look back at him and say nothing. Wow, failed the
right.
Fuck you,
We've
game!
Had a staring contest.
Oh,
now,
a nat one.
Around.
Fuck. You stare wordlessly at each other for a while, and at last you break under the big man's stare and look away. He chuckles triumphantly. Fuck you, game. I had a +6 to that. Ah.
All right. First things first. If by some chance you don't already know, they call me Ulbrig. Ulbrig Olesk. Chief of the Olesk clan. The one that gave Barzog's orcs a drubbing. But never heard of them either. I'll be damned. Is this an illusion or something? One minute I'm laying myself down for a nap in a glade one summer's day, and the next I'm waking up among ruins and flames and monsters running riot. No one knows me. But you see, my name's famous across Sarkoris. Where in the blazes am I? What's going on here?
Okay, so he's from, I assume, so when I heard that this was a companion, I just assumed he was a Sarkorian survivor amongst the Crusaders. I didn't realize the dude slept through the entirety of the Crusades. Okay. Olesk, Barzag's orcs, these names mean nothing to you. One thing is clear, this man does not know that Sarkoris has fallen. Really? Really? We failed another one? Ulbrich's whole thing is that he's a Sarkorian out of time. I got that, Lord Browmer. That's kind of easy to pick up on with all this. You couldn't just come through the door?
The door would have been smarter, right enough. I was asleep too long, that must be it. My head's all muddled. I remember I was flying over the city looking for something, and when I found it, I just drove straight for it. Roads and roofs be damned. But what was I looking for? Drinks? Warriors? No, that's not it.
I knew I recognized it. That's Mike Pollock. You're going to have to give me a roll because that name doesn't ring a bell. You said you saw me in the library. When?
Now, let me think. Strange.
Eggman. Oh!
The memory's in there, but it's all...
Oh, yeah, I can hear it now. I can hear it now.
So, I opened my eyes. I saw books and stones around me, and you were there. Then I was flying over the city. I had wings. And then I was in this here tavern, and then I saw you again.
I know him. I think he played a character in Supernatural. Wouldn't surprise me. He's got a good voice for it. I'd have to read book 3 or 4 to see what Sarkoris were like to regale you on their ways, since a lot of what he says is through the lens of their whack-ass religious practices. All right, I'll take what he says with a grain of salt. Still, it'll be nice to actually know more. So in the library, there was a stone statue of a griffin, and it came to life suddenly. That was you?
A statue, you say? Strange. I don't remember being turned to stone. But if it looked like a griffin, then it must have been me. Take a gander at this. Don't worry, I won't scratch you. I'm no werewolf, I'm a shifter. My powers were granted to me by the sacred griffin Erevar, who protects our clan. I doubt you've got any other griffins flying about this city of yours.
So you're saying you fell asleep in Sarkoris and woke up here?
That's what I'm saying to you. I was plucked like a fish from a pond and carried off to God's nowhere. All right, that's enough questions from you. Now answer some of mine. Where am I, and what's going on here?
You're not on Galarian anymore. The world is called Nohopia, and every day after lunch we get invaded by demons. I love the fact that I love that they had to include joke. If you're playing a trickster, that'd be great. Shifters are warrior druids, part of the circle, but they drop spells in favor of shapeshifting users. Yes, that I do know. This was another class that I was seriously considering for a legend run, because natural weapons' usual downside is that they usually get attached to classes that don't have full BAB, which going legend with 20 levels of shifter and then 20 levels of fighter for pure unarmed melee would be hilarious. But we already did the whole natural weapon thing with the Kingmaker run, and I didn't want to do literally a similar build just with no magic. So we're going for something a little different. Well, the city is Canabris on the edge of the kingdom of Mendev. I don't know how long you were asleep, but Sarkoris hasn't existed for nearly 100 years.
Oh, I can't take it anymore. Oh, you got me there. You're telling me I fell asleep for 100 years. Sarkoris was swallowed by demons, and Canopus, that little fishing village, is now a fortress city. Oh, go on, pull the other one.
Ulbrich listens to you in silence, but his expression becomes more and more bewildered as you speak. At last, he explodes in a fit of rumbling laughter. Well, closer to about 109, 110 years, but yeah.
Fine. If you don't want to tell me what's going on, don't. We're in a tavern, not in the middle of nowhere. There's plenty of folks around. I'm sure one of these people will tell me what's happening here. There's one thing I do know without asking. You've got a tough fight on your hands. I'm not one to wait on an invitation to a brawl, so if you're making ready to break some demon horns, I'm going with you. But in the meantime, I'm gonna have a taste of whatever ale they brew here.
It's probably not gonna be very good, dude. We've been under siege for over a week. So his first portion of his quests is just gonna be him not believing you, basically. Like, there's no way I've been gone for a century. Oh boy. Here, Beth.
The Tower of Estrade's been cleared of demons. Good. The place where the demons have gathered need to be cleared one by one. Then they won't be able to stab us in the back when we take the Grey Garrison. Thank you for your service. Olbrig's most frustrating trait is that he frequently refers to demons as if they're a type of fae. I mean, if you don't know... Well, to be fair, from the perspective... I would almost say that from a druidic perspective, there's not that much difference between evil fae and demons. There's really not, except for like the corruption angle. As far as the whole killing people and not giving a shit about it, evil fae and demons are surprisingly close. You'll see it gets old quick. We'll see. We'll see. Do remember, when I first played this game, Olbrig was not a character, so I know nothing about his interactions. So, fuck it. We've only got 10 minutes left. Let's talk to Olbrig.
Hey there! Just the lad I wanted to talk to. To your health, by the way.
Yeah, I can't do Eggman's voice. Olbrig sips from his beer.
I asked around the city here, the whole hubbub, you lot of fighting and wine. The more I hear, the less I understand. I guess you weren't lying about Canabras and a demon invasion. Everyone from the Cavern Keeper to the Knight is giving me the same hokum, saying Sarkoris was burned to the ground by a bunch of Oglins 100 years ago. Canabras, a godforsaken village the size of a pig snout, is now a massive fortress defending against them. Which means I must have slept for 100 years because I didn't notice a thing. So what am I to make of this? Am I the balmy one, or is it everybody else? Maybe we've all been bewitched by the Fae. We're living in the yarn they're spinning. Talk about a doozy.
Wolbrig scratches his beard. Oh, is he gonna do the lean on the fourth wall kind of thing in regards to that? Because it's like the writers are Fae and we're living in the yarn they're spinning. Is that what he's gonna do? We need to talk.
Oh, that's right. I had a question of my own to ask you. You're gonna explain to me plain and simple, back when we first met, what was that all about? How in the hells was I in a fortress with all those books, and why did I wake up when you showed up? It's horse feathers.
The Griffin statue stood in the library for decades. I know about this as much as you do. No, he's like someone who's been educated indirectly, indirectly, and he'll insist you're wrong for correcting him. Oh, okay. To be fair, he does not strike me as an intellectual, Lord Brownbear. And it doesn't seem like the Sarkorans selected their war chiefs for their sterling intellect, shall we say.
Well, the Griffin statue had been in the library for decades. So does this mean I was napping inside the statue? What woke me up was probably the grasshopper god smashing the city with a scythe. I'm a heavy sleeper, but no one could have slept through a whopper like that. Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Oh, so he calls them the grasshopper god. Okay. Discari would be slightly pleased that you're referring to him as a god right before he killed you.
So what is it you wanted to ask me about?
Well, I'm actually a bit interested about Sarkoris.
I'll tell you this. Sarkoris isn't a country. Sarkoris is the whole world. Just imagine a lynx standing at the edge of a snowy woods in the north, perch splashing in the Selin in the east, furry bumblebees buzzing over the blooming hills of the south. Everywhere you look, there are people, the likes of which you won't find anywhere else in the world. We're the bravest in battle and the fleetest in dance. 100 tribes, each with its own legends, songs, heroes, gods, and spirits.
Yeah, because Sarkoris was basically a barbarian nation, because the Kelid peoples, unlike pretty much all the other Kelids in other regions, the Sarkoran Kelids actually formed like a proper nation state, rather than just random tribes scattered all over the place.
Now you tell me this. Could a land like that truly perish because of a few grasshoppers? Who won't believe it? Never. All right, your turn. Where do you hail from? Who's your tribe?
Don't remember my past too well, who I am, where I'm from. The memory's all hazy. The Humble Party is my only tribe. It's the only tribe I need. I'm a Crusader. I don't have a tribe. I have a cause. Family's far away. I don't know if I'll ever see them again. I don't remember my past too well, who I am, where I'm from. The memories are all hazy.
That's tough. To have a whole chunk of your soul just torn out. Well, I hope it comes back to you. Try putting a spruce coat under your pillow. They say it's very good for your memory.
Oh, and he's full-blown superstitious. Okay, okay. You know what? Hold on, hold on. Thank you for your answers. One moment. I need to actually see what your build is, please. Okay, he starts with Cloak of Resistance, Ring of Protection, Belt of Giant Strength. Okay, Hide Armor +1. Oh, we finally have a medium armor class. Thank God. And the Swarmbane Clasp. An ancient fossilized insect lies trapped within this ornate amber class, impaled by a long golden pin that fastens the wearer's cloak.
The wearer's weapons, unarmed attacks, and natural attacks deal full damage to swarms. Thank fuck. If any, although damage reduction applies as normal, if the wearer is damaged by a swarm, they automatically succeed on their saving throw against the distraction ability. Thank God. The only problem is that's also competing for the spot where you'd put an Amulet of Mighty Fist, so that is a bit of a problem. I do love the picture. Behold, I am here. He is a Griffin Heart Shifter. The proud and fearless Griffin is a creature dedicated to protecting its territory. These regal beasts are revered as symbols of freedom and strength in many cultures. Oh, and he's neutral good. Okay. And he's green faith. All right. Hermit, which gives him Lord Nature, proficiency with clubs, great clubs, quarterstaffs, and darts. Let me see your class. All right. Power attack, weapon focus. I'm assuming he picked claws. Hermit, green faith. Yep. So he already has shifter claws, 3rd level. So they bypass damage resistance, cold iron, magic, and silver. Wow, 3rd level already? Defensive instinct. When unarmored, not using a shield, and conscience, the shifter can add their wisdom bonus to their AC and CMD. In addition, the shifter gains a +1 bonus to AC and CMD at 4th level and increases by 1 for every 4 shifter levels thereafter. Okay. If they are wearing non-metal armor, they add half their wisdom bonus to their AC. Okay. These do apply against touchdown. Wow, he starts with a 21 armor class because of that. Damn. Yeah, dexterity bonus, deflection, regular armor for hide. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Shifter ignores movement penalties. Griffin shape. Can use their wild... Okay, hold on. Can use their wild shape to become a griffin. The ability lasts for 1 minute. The master shapeshifter mythic ability makes this duration permanent. Well, I know what we're going to get him as his first mythic ability then. Use Griffin shape as a standard action that does not cause attack of opportunity. The Griffin Heart Shifter can use Griffin shape a number of times per day equal to their shifter level plus their wisdom modifier. So that's about to be 7, basically. While in this form, he gains a base speed of 50 feet, 2 claw attacks, 1d6 damage, a bite attack, 1d8 damage, and immunity to all ground-based effects. Nice. While in this form, the Griffin Heart Shifter gains the grabber ability with claw attacks. Okay. So, okay, on success, the target is pitted, takes damage equal to the grappler's attack. Okay. Also gains a combat feat using your shifter level as their effective fighter level for the purposes of meeting the prerequisites. If they have levels in fighter, these levels stack. Ooh. At 9th level, the Griffin Heart Shifter gains the pounce ability and the improved natural attack ability. Oh, that's nice. With their bite attack and can select another combat feat. At 14th level, they add a 3rd combat feat and gain the rake ability. Ooh, okay, so full blender mode is in effect with him. Adds half their class levels of bonus to Lord Nature checks. Okay. Medium and light armor proficiencies, shield proficiency, Griffin aspect, right? Oh, these are the lesser aspects, right? Yes, can take on the aspect of the Griffin as a swift action. They gain a +2 bonus on saving throws against fear effect and a +2 inherent bonus to strength score. They can maintain this form for a number of minutes per day equal to 3 plus shifter level. Duration does not need to be consecutive, but it does need to be spent in 1-minute increments. At 5th level, they gain wings. They grant immunity to ground-based effects. The bonus increases to +4 at 10th level, +6 at 15th level, and a +4... Oh, her aura now grants her and her allies immunity to fear. Oh, that is nice. Oh, that'll play perfectly with a paladin, too. The paladin's just going to boost saves across the board, and the griffin gives immunity to fear. Yeah, +4 inherent bonus on will. Oh, it's an inherent bonus. Oh, that's even better, because I think that stacks with the paladin aura, because I think the paladin aura is a morale bonus. Hold on. Hold on, I need to see that. Snooze the ad. It is! Oh, that... Okay, okay. Sela and Ulbrig are gonna play well together for the entire game. To give you an idea of some Sarkoran religious lore, there was a tribe who believed that Pelura, the Imperial Lord of Stars, and... I can't even begin to pronounce that word. A notoriously misogynistic demon lord were two halves of the same deity. Both gods would take grave offense at this interpretation. And yes, there's the, yeah, weapon specialization claw. So he has weapon focus claw and weapon specialization claw. Okay, this is cool. I like this. At 20th level, a Griffin Heart Shifter can use their major and minor forms at will. Okay, yeah, so The shifter is just all about natural attacks. All natural attacks all day long. I see. I like this. I really do. Oh, he gets 4? This dude gets 4 skill slots already. He has no ranks in intelligence. He has 0. He has a 10 in intelligence. He gets 4 skill points. So he can cover our athletics, our mobility, our lore nature, and still have room for perception? Ulbrig, you're never leaving my party. Damn. I like this. He's going to rip and tear, and I am going to enjoy every bit of it. Shifter's Rush. You can use the momentum of your movement to focus and awaken your inner beast. Once per round, when you move at least 10 feet or when you charge, you can use your Wild Shape ability as a free action. Okay, okay. I like this. Oh, and he's human. He can get Fast Learner and have 5 skill points per level. Jesus Christ. The only thing he's not good at would be to take him down the path of the dazzling display, intimidating prowess and all that stuff. Because he just doesn't, Stav got really excited and now I'm uncomfortable. I just want to see the Griffin Man tear a demon in half with his claws. Is that so wrong? Outflank, Persuasive. I don't really think any of these are going to help. He doesn't need spell penetration, thank God. Toughness would probably actually be good for him given his frontline nature. I'm thinking extended aspects would probably be the good first start. That or Shifter. The problem with Shifter's Rush is the way this game works. How do I set... Because the idea with Shifter's Rush would be you go to charge, you transform mid-charge and still hit the enemy. But I don't think this game's going to do that because of the way Owlcat made the combat system. You can invoke your Aspect's minor form longer than most. Add your Wisdom bonus to the number of minutes per day. You can use your Shifter's Aspect ability to assume a minor form. I thought the minor form was already doing that. Wait. That's the Griffin shape. Griffin Aspect. Oh, 3 plus Shifter level. So this makes it 3 plus Shifter level plus Wisdom modifier. Oh, okay. That's still pretty good. You know what? I don't know what I actually should build for him. So we're going to hold off on that. And that took us well over the time. So I'm going to need to save. I'm going to need to call it here. He's probably never going to leave my party because he covers exactly what I need. In fact, because of that, let me see this again. So he has athletics, mobility, lore, nature, and perception. Wenduog, I can completely respec. She doesn't need lore nature if he's going to have it. I could probably build her with either trickery or stealth if I wanted to. And just that, or, I mean, she's, yeah, that covers a lot of shit. I cover lore, religion, and persuasion. That frees up a lot of shit as far as skill checks go. I'm going to enjoy having him on the team, methinks. I'm going to really enjoy it. But that's going to be it for me today. I've shot over our time. I don't have time for a raid. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you on Sunday for more. No, sorry, Friday. God, for some... because I don't have work for the next 2 days because of the holidays, I literally thought this was the end of the week. I will see you on Friday for our usual stream. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you next time. Have a good one, guys, and have a to those of you who participate, have a very happy Thanksgiving. And to those of you who don't, still have a good week. Have a great one. Get yourself some good food. See you guys later. Bye-bye.